light of school closures, including an increased likelihood of gender-based violence. To shore up the increasing gaps in learning and to preserve massive gains the United States has made in global education rates, we have to understand the extent that this damage this pandemic has caused. This bill will arm us with the data that we need to move quickly, invest effectively across our USAID programs, and make our international basic education programs more resilient to crises such as these. We cannot afford to ignore the devastating effects of COVID-19 on students around our globe. Education loss will continue without intentional steps on our behalf. And so that's why I'm so grateful to Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Meeks and Mr. McCall for placing my bipartisan Global Learning Loss Act here before the Congress for a vote today. In particular, I want to thank and express my deep appreciation for Representative Fitzpatrick and Representative Quigley for working so closely with my office in introducing this legislation with me. Your steadfast dedication to learning and students around the world is to be commended. This is an important bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to join me in this crucial effort to mitigate the drastic effects of such an educational gap and the effects it's already having. So thank you, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I would like to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Colan, again, for this very important legislation that you're introducing. Education lays the foundation for future prosperity and stability. I'm deeply concerned by the impact this pandemic is having on school children, particularly amongst vulnerable communities facing conflict and refugees who are already experiencing barriers to educational access. We must understand the full scope of these challenges in order to adjust programs accordingly and ensure effective use of our funds. So I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, education is recognized as the surest path to economic mobility. However, over the past year and a half, the COVID-19 pandemic has rattled educational systems across the world, presented challenges unlike anything we've seen in the last 100 years since we had the last global pandemic. And it jeopardized access to education for students around the world. While some students and educators quickly adapted and overcame these challenges, the widespread disruptions caused by the pandemic will invariably have lasting impacts on communities at home and abroad. The Global Learning Loss Assessment Act of 2021 will allow us to better understand the effect the pandemic had on global learning, and also find ways to help get students back on the path to continued learning and future success. I know from my home city the lack of the availability of educational school buildings and to have dialogue and conversations with other students in the classroom has hurt them. And we need to evaluate and make sure what needs to be done so they can make up that time and continue the path to success, because our nation here in the United States and in our countries around the world are dependent upon it so that we can have a better tomorrow. And that's why I thank Ms. Houlihan for her bill, along with Mr. Fitzpatrick, working with the minority and ranking member McCall, coming together because we understand the significance and importance of education. And I hope all of my colleagues will join in supporting this bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back the balance of his time. All debate being exhausted, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1500 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to H-Res 402, recognize the devastating impact of COVID-19 in India, and expressing the sense of the House of Representatives with respect to COVID assistance to India as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 402, resolution urging the administration to facilitate assistance in response to the devastating impact of COVID-19 in India.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H-Res 402 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H-Res 402, urging the administration to facilitate assistance in response to the devastating impact of COVID-19 in India. This resolution, introduced by my good friend, Representative Sherman, is an excellent measure that solidifies this body's already strong bipartisan support for the people of India as they recover from this most recent wave of COVID-19 infections. It urges the administration to continue facilitating much-needed assistance. We're all saddened by the devastating impact of COVID-19 and what it already has had on the Indian people. Beginning in March 21, India started to experience a surge of COVID-19 cases and deaths. Indians from all backgrounds, young and old, urban and rural, have been touched by this pandemic. With infections rising at an alarming rate, the healthcare system struggled to provide care to all those infected, and medical supply shortages were reported across the country. Harrowing images depicted the devastation that COVID-19 caused, from family members looking for hospital beds and medical supplies to funeral pyres burning nonstop, 24 hours a day, to ensure the last rites of the many people who have passed. And I'm pleased with the Biden administration's swift response, sending much-needed medical supplies to India. It was not just the American government that contributed. We witnessed many in the Indian American community and the United States private sector rally support to get critical supplies to India. We now see COVID-19 cases starting to come down, but we cannot let our guard down. We must do more to prepare for a potential new wave of infections. It's important to recognize that none of us will be safe until all of us are safe. The pandemic continues to highlight the important role of India in combating this disease globally. Its role in the global medical manufacturing supply chain is critical to defeating this pandemic. The global community relies on Indian pharmaceutical and vaccine. In India also has spillover effects in neighboring countries like Nepal. Again, I thank Mr. Sherman, the gentleman from California, for putting forth this resolution, and I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of it and stand in solidarity with the people of India. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Sherman and Congressman Chabot, for introducing this resolution. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact in the world, but some countries have been hit harder than others. In March of this year, just as Americans were receiving COVID-19 vaccines and the United States was seeing a decline in cases, infections in India began to surge. A year before, in the spring of 2020, when the United States was experiencing a spike in COVID-19 cases, India came to our aid and lifted its export ban on certain drugs in response to a request by the United States. In response to India's surge, the United States quickly delivered much-needed supplies such as PPE, rapid tests, and other drugs to India. This action from the United States, the world's oldest democracy, to India, the world's largest democracy, is only fitting. India and the United States are natural partners, and COVID-19 has only proven our ties are growing stronger. This resolution further shows the House stands with the people of India as they work to stem the spread of COVID-19 throughout India. So I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 5 minutes to a very valued member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentleman from California, my good friend, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my good friend for yielding. I want to thank my colleague and co-chair of the House Caucus on India and Indian Americans, Mr. Shabbat, for joining with me in introducing this resolution. Mr. Shabbat and I introduced this resolution recognizing the devastating impact that COVID-19 has had on India and expressing the sense of the House of Representatives about the need to provide the maximum possible assistance to India. The House has a long bipartisan record of support of strengthening the relationship between the United States, the world's oldest democracy, and India, the world's largest democracy. I also want to thank Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall for working with us on this important resolution, and thank my colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee for passing this resolution unanimously. The COVID-19 outbreak in India requires a global response. We know that the COVID epidemic is not limited by international borders, and the pandemic will not end anywhere until it ends everywhere, as the chairman pointed out. This is particularly true with regard to variants, and we're aware of the Delta variant that is now spreading. Because until we can vaccinate the world, there'll be billions of opportunities for this virus to infect. Where it infects, it replicates. Where it replicates, it mutates and poses the risk of developing a strain that, unlike the strains we've dealt with so far, evades the vaccines that we've developed. We've been working on a bipartisan manner to address the devastating effects of this second COVID-19 wave in India. Official testing results indicate that India has seen more than 340,000 daily infections and over 4,000 daily deaths. But many public health officials believe these numbers understate the matter, and that perhaps upwards of 2 million people a day have been infected in India. Of course, we've seen a slight abatement in those horrific numbers, but the problem remains. I want to thank the Biden administration and commend them for organizing so many parts of the U.S. government, the CDC, HHS, USAID, the State Department, in getting materials to India that will help vaccine production, provide rapid COVID testing, and most importantly, oxygen support, particularly oxygen concentrators, and of course, PPE to help save lives. This resolution is part of the ongoing effort of the India Caucus to help India at this time of need. Earlier this year, we sent a bipartisan request to the President requesting that we increase our assistance to India in battling COVID-19, particularly focusing on the raw materials necessary to manufacture vaccines and oxygen concentration equipment. By early May, the United States had provided over $100 million worth of medical supplies, including that oxygen support and PPE, rapid diagnostic testing, and therapeutics. USAID also facilitated the delivery of 440 oxygen cylinders and concentrators to India, generously donated by the state of California. We should recognize the substantial support of the American public. In response to India's crisis, the Indian American community has contributed significantly to the effort, and individuals, along with the private sector, continue to do so. Indian American companies such as Prime Healthcare are working to assist efforts not only to deliver necessary medical supplies, but also ensure that they reach the people most in need. And the U.S.-India Business Council has worked to coordinate a coalition of corporations, nonprofits, and individuals to deliver thousands of ventilators and oxygen concentrators to India. This resolution stands with the people of India as they collectively work to stem the spread of COVID-19, urges the administration to facilitate private and in-kind medical supply donations, and urges the delivery of urgently needed supplies to India. This resolution recognizes the importance of work by the U.S. government and of Indian Americans in the private sector. There is no doubt that the U.S.-India relationship is growing closer, and that our assistance to India to help overcome this terrible COVID wave is a critical part of building that relationship. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I would like to once again thank Representative Sherman and Representative Chabot for their work on this resolution. It has been said before, but I'll say it again. COVID-19 has shown that pandemics know no borders. Allies must come together and support one another during these difficult times. And we must work with India and the international community to end the spread of COVID-19 and prevent future pandemics. With that, I urge all members to support this resolution, House Resolution 402, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank Mr. Sherman and Mr. Chabot, again showing how this committee has worked in a bipartisan manner for the benefit of our friends and allies, and in this case, India. By passing this good bipartisan resolution, the House will send a clear message that we stand with the people of India as they work to contain the spread of COVID-19. We recognize that India will continue to play an important role in containing the further global spread of COVID-19 and support global efforts to end this pandemic. We also urge the administration to continue working with the Indian government. Just yesterday, I was at the Indian consulate in New York, where I had an opportunity to talk to the consul general, who was very appreciative knowing that this bill would be on the House floor today, who told me to extend thank yous to both Mr. Sherman and Mr. Chabot, that it further shows American leadership and friendship with the people of India, and that we will only grow closer together to benefit not just our respective countries, but the rest of the world. This moves and helps the people in India. So I'd like to conclude by just thanking everyone once again for working together in a bipartisan way to do the right thing for our friends from the country of India. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate having been exhausted, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 402 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2225, the National Science Foundation for the Future Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2225, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal years 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 for the National Science Foundation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, and the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 2225, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2225, the National Science Foundation for the Future Act. The United States has long been a beacon of excellence in science and engineering. We're at a time of markedly increased global competition in research and development. However, while we should be cognizant of our increasing global competition, we must not be constrained by it. To continue to lead, we must chart our own course. First and foremost, we must significantly boost funding for science. For years, we have allowed billions of dollars of excellent research go unfunded. Second, we must fully leverage our STEM talent. We need to empower more women, people of color, rural students, and other underrepresented groups to contribute. And finally, we must ensure the benefits of science are widely shared. We are at a critical juncture in our nation's history, and we need to be more focused on the role of science in our society. Science and technology are powerful tools for helping to solve society's most pressing challenges. But as this pandemic has demonstrated, some communities and their needs have long been overlooked. We must give voice to a wider range of stakeholders in guiding scientific research. For more than 7 decades, the National Science Foundation has played a critical role in supporting research. Many of the innovations that have fueled American prosperity and security would not have been possible without NSF-funded science. As we look to the agency's future, we must seize this opportunity to build upon and leverage its strengths. I believe this legislation does just that. After a decade of flat funding, H.R. 2225 provides a much-needed increase in funding. The bill sets NSF on a path for steady, sustainable growth. The bill addresses challenges at all levels of STEM education and training. It supports activities and partnerships to broaden participation in NSF-funded projects. And finally, this bill establishes a new directorate to accelerate progress on emerging technologies and advance research-driven solutions to societal challenges like climate change and inequity. This bill is a result of over a year and a half of close bipartisan collaboration. The Committee on Science, Space, and Technology held multiple hearings and markups to inform its development. We incorporated feedback from dozens of stakeholder groups, policy experts, and thought leaders. And this is reflected in the fact that the bill has been endorsed by 50 scientific societies, universities, and industry associations. I want to thank Ranking Member Lucas for his partnership in developing this legislation. I also want to thank his staff, in particular, Jennifer Wicker and Katherine Johnson, for their contributions. And the Science Committee staff on the Democratic side, I'd like to thank Delia Sokoloff and Sarah Barber for all of their hard work on this bill. And I also want to thank Speaker Pelosi's staff, Kenneth Russell, DeGraff, and Reva Price for helping to get this bill to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 2225, the National Science Foundation for the Future Act. This legislation is one of two Science Committee bills under consideration today to reinforce America's global scientific leadership and fend off competition from the Chinese Communist Party. Together, the NSF for the Future Act and the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act represent a comprehensive, sustainable approach to building American competitiveness. Before I discuss the specifics of the NSF for the Future Act, I want to emphasize why it is so critical we act now to counter the threat from the communist leadership in China and reinvest in American science and technology. Make no mistake, this is a threat. For years, China has been working to steal, both literally and figuratively, our playbook for innovation. That's because leading the world in science and technology gives you a significant advantage when it comes to national security, cybersecurity, and economic growth. It's no wonder, then, that we've seen the Chinese Communist Party pursue a technological advantage over us through forced acquisitions, malign foreign talent programs, and intellectual property theft. They're also outspending us, plain and simple. China's R&D spending increased by more than 50% between 2011 and 2016. For that same period, our investment fell by 12% in absolute terms. There is no question, we must act now to redouble our commitment to American research and development if we are to remain the global leader in science and technology. This issue is so important that even our colleagues in the Senate have decided to address it. And while some legislative observers have noted their approach to this has been less organized and focused, I appreciate that they recognize the urgency of the problem we are facing. While the Senate chose to tack on countless special interest provisions, the House Science Committee approached this in a deliberative manner, spending more than a year working with stakeholders in government, academia, and industry to identify the best way to invest in our research enterprise and support American competitiveness. The result is two bipartisan bills that significantly increase research funding while adding strong protections to keep it safe from foreign theft. The NSF for the Future Act doubles funding for basic research over 5 years, investing a total of $78 billion. It also includes $13 billion in funding for a new Directorate for Science and Engineering Solutions, focused on translating the discoveries funded by the Foundation into solutions that can be applied to national and societal challenges. H.R. 2225 helps expand our STEM workforce so that as we create the technological jobs of the future, we are also developing American workers to fill them. It invests in STEM education at every level, from pre-K to postdoc programs, ensuring all Americans have access to high-quality STEM resources. Our bill also expands the geographic diversity of American R&D by building research capacities at minority-serving institutions and universities outside of the top 100 research institutions. Importantly, the NSF for the Future Act has a strong focus on protecting taxpayer-funded research from adversaries like China, Russia, and Iran. Among the protections included in this bill is a provision that prohibits any grant recipients from participating in malign talent recruitment programs, like the 1,000 Talents program. Protections like these are all the more important as we increase investments in our research enterprise. H.R. 2225 is a strategic, sustainable approach to investing in American science and technology. I'd like to thank my colleague, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, for all the work she has done with me to get this bill to the floor today. And at every step in this process, Science Committee Republicans and Democrats have worked together to identify the challenges we face and craft the strongest possible legislation to support American competitiveness. That's due in large part to the chairman's leadership and our shared commitment to making sure America has the best research and development enterprise in the world. Mr. Speaker, with U.S. leadership in science and technology at risk, the U.S. must recommit to supporting basic research, cutting-edge facilities, and a thriving domestic STEM force. I strongly urge my colleagues to take action now by supporting the NSF for the Future Act, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Michigan and Chair of the Subcommittee on Research and Technology, Ms. Stevens.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the NSF for the Future Act, a bipartisan bill to revitalize one of the most important pillars of our federal government's investments in innovation, the National Science Foundation. I certainly want to recognize the great work of our Chairwoman Johnson, and our Ranking Member Lucas, for their leadership in developing this forward-looking legislation, and I was so proud to help usher it through my subcommittee on research and technology. The commitment to bipartisan collaboration and engagement with a wide range of stakeholders has resulted in a carefully crafted bill that provides a much-needed infusion of funding and addresses needs across the agency's portfolio. The NSF for the Future Act has been endorsed by nearly 50 organizations, including the AFL-CIO, American Society of Civil Engineers, the Semiconductor Industry Association, and higher education institutions across the country. The bill puts forth a suite of sweeping proposals, from scaling up pre-K through 12 STEM education research innovations and modernizing higher education student training, to funding more research infrastructure and expanding opportunities to participate in NSF-funded projects. The NSF for the Future Act also supports the evolution of the NSF by ramping up support for use-inspired and translational research through the creation of a partner-driven, solutions-oriented directorate. The National Science Foundation plays a pivotal role in our research ecosystem as the only federal agency charged with supporting fundamental research across all scientific disciplines. We cannot risk undermining or diminishing this function. Our capacity to innovate will be constrained if we choke off the flow of fundamental research dollars. As members of the Science Committee, we know all too well what is at stake and what we are doing to conduct the due diligence here today. We have held hearing after hearing to explore the challenges and opportunities for advancing NSF's mission through a comprehensive reauthorization bill. We heard from the NSF Director and Chair of the National Science Board that the agency is poised to take on an infusion of funding and an expansion of its mission to deliver the benefits of research to the American people. We heard from stakeholders all across the country in academia and from the private sector and innovation policy experts that the NSF is an essential asset that has been squeezed by flat budgets for too long. So yes, here today, a bipartisan effort to commit to doubling scientific research funding in this country. We all remember the headline we got several years ago that diminished the funding for this agency, that gave us the projection of a lost generation in scientific research. And yet, here today, we are committed to action, because innovation is the great propeller of this nation. The challenges, the unique challenges that we have faced in the 21st century have been bested time and time again because of what we do as Americans. We innovate, and I know that all too well as a member of Congress from Michigan, dedicated to the production and the patents and the hard work to produce results. Increasing the budget of the NSF is also not nearly enough. A new directorate charged with accelerating use-inspired research with a focus on expanding opportunities, forging new partnerships, and engagement with the public is needed to chart the course forward for this agency. It is time. And it is time to yield back, but I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady from Michigan yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, the ranking member of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, Mr. Waltz.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2225, the NSF for the Future Act, which I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of, along with Chairwoman Johnson, Ranking Member Lucas, and Chairwoman Stevens. As ranking member of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, I am proud of the process this bill went through to get here today with well over a year's work, including meetings, roundtables, legislative hearings, and 2 committee markups. The final bill includes over 13 Republican amendments and standalone pieces of legislation, and 11 recommendations from the House GOP's China Task Force. It is projected that China will surpass, and has surpassed, the United States in 2019 in total research and development spending. I would like to thank Chairwoman Johnson and Ranking Member Lucas for their leadership throughout this process, which has set the tone for developing thoughtful legislation. H.R. 2225 takes important steps in expanding the mission of the National Science Foundation to ensure we maintain our edge against rising global competition while protecting the Foundation's primary mission of supporting fundamental research. It makes key investments in the STEM workforce to expand the American talent pipeline. It supports world-class research facilities like Embry-Riddle, Bethune-Cookman, Stetson universities, all of which are in my district. And it promotes the research needed to develop revolutionary technologies that are crucial to our national and economic security. While making these investments, we also secure taxpayer-funded research and technologies from adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party. The National Science Foundation Inspector General is seeing a 1,000% increase in FBI referrals for research theft inquiries. H.R. 2225 gives the NSF security offices the resources, the authorities, and the tools for the Foundation, for the sponsoring institutions, and for the applicants to identify and address malign foreign influence and to address research theft. The bill also instructs NSF to develop mandatory security training to ensure that individual researchers, frankly, have no more excuses, and that they understand the threat and that they understand federal policies and guidelines. Lastly, my colleague, Representative Randy Feenstra, and I successfully added an amendment during the full committee markup that bans grant applicants from participating in malign foreign talent programs like the Chinese Communist Party's Thousand Talents program. It is critical that we strike the correct balance between keeping our research enterprise open, but also from protecting it from adversaries who seek to take advantage of our open system. There is more work to be done, but I think these provisions take some big steps in striking that balance. And I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are considering H.R. 2225, the NSF for the Future Act, and H.R. 3593, the DOE Office of Science for the Future Act. Both are tributes to the thoughtful bipartisanship and the leadership and the staff of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, on which I have the honor of serving. Last Congress, the Science Committee found itself in the remarkable position of discussing dueling bipartisan proposals to essentially double the science budgets, which, needless to say, represents a big change from years past. Out of that shared commitment to the future came the thoughtful and bipartisan NSF for the Future and DOE Science for the Future Acts. These bills, which represent significant and overdue increases to the budgets for the NSF and DOE Office of Science, are crucial to ensuring that our nation maintains its leadership in the science that will continue to change the world. H.R. 2225 was specifically written to ensure that the NSF will have the funds to accept a much larger fraction of the qualified research proposals that it receives every year, which is the single most important thing that we can do to ensure the health of the science it supports. H.R. 3593 contains aggressive but feasible budget profiles for the existing programs of DOE's Office of Science, and it has specific language to re-examine opportunities to expand these programs into new areas under this more ambitious but now hopefully realistic budget growth scenarios. And so that the next generation projects in fields like nuclear fusion, bioinformatics, energy storage, basic energy research, and so much more can now be contemplated. As the only PhD physicist in Congress, I urge my colleagues to support these bills, which I am proudly co-sponsoring, to provide our scientific researchers with the support that they need to lead us into the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Chairwoman Johnson and Ranking Member Lucas, thank you so much for all the work you've done on this bill. I rise today in support of the National Science Foundation for the Future Act. This legislation that will help ensure the United States continues to be a global leader in science and technology. It invests in critical STEM programs and research that will pave the way for new and exciting technological developments. It invests in critical STEM programs, and I am pleased that this legislation also includes a proposal that I introduced to protect American intellectual property from falling into the wrong hands. My proposal, which passed the Science Committee with unanimous support, prevents government-funded research from participants in projects that run by so-called foreign countries of concern, including China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, and others defined by the State Department. Taxpayer dollars should not be spent on research that could end up in the hands of our competitors or our adversaries. This is especially true when it comes to China. My bipartisan proposal stands up to the Chinese Communist Party and ensures that your taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. The NSF for the Future Act also contains language that I have worked on with Congressman McInerney that advance precision agricultural technology. These precisions aim to bolster research and development in precision farming practices, which will help our producers improve their efficiency and increase their bottom line. In sum, the National Science Foundation for the Future Act includes important provisions that will protect American interests and help empower our agricultural community. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Iowa yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairwoman Johnson and Ranking Member Lucas for their extraordinary bipartisan leadership on these bills. These two bills recognize the urgency of federal scientific investment. You know, over the past few decades, federal spending on R&D flatlined as a share of our economy, and it's fallen in absolute terms. Meanwhile, global competitors jump-started their economic growth through such investments that spurs innovation. Maintaining our leadership in research and development is arguably more important than ever. Now's the time to be bold in our vision of what's possible. We shortchange the nation every year when we refuse to fund a rich portfolio of research opportunities. I want to talk about NSF for the future. It's part of the remedy, and it strikes the appropriate balance of expanding popular and effective projects and programs while expanding the Foundation's role and mandate to new areas of evolving technologies. The approach to the creation of a new directorate outlined in the bill sets an appropriate benchmark as we engage with the Senate, and it has received overwhelming support from the academic, scientific, and business communities. We need to make sure we get this right. The bill will allow NSF to improve the speed and scale of its core missions to advance basic and fundamental research while promoting innovative solutions to the challenges we face as a nation. We must support this effort, the NSF bill, as well as the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act. I strongly urge my colleagues to support these two pieces of legislation, and I commend the committee for its excellent work, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Keon.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member Lucas, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2225, the NSF for the Future Act, legislation that invests in our country's future through targeted investments in research and innovation at the university level, K through 12 STEM education, and the development and commercialization of new technologies. I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 2225, which provides our country and the National Science Foundation with the tools to preserve our technological and economic supremacy in the face of the shifting patterns of global competitiveness. This bipartisan legislation would authorize $50 billion over 5 years for American innovation and basic research. Additionally, the legislation ensures taxpayer investments in innovation and research are protected from theft and espionage by the Chinese Communist Party. H.R. 2225 also contains important provisions to ensure our country is developing a 21st century workforce by investing in STEM education at all levels, from pre-K through 12th grade. I'm proud to have worked with my colleague, Representative Gwen Moore, Ranking Member Lucas, and Chairwoman Johnson to include my legislation, H.R. 3859, the Innovations in Informal STEM Learning Act. H.R. 3859 sets up the pre-K through 8th grade informal STEM program, which directs the NSF director to award competitive, merit-reviewed grants that support student participation in competitions, after-school activities, and field experiences related to STEM education. Additionally, this legislation will bridge the achievement gap for minority and rural students by prioritizing STEM education in those communities. As our nation fights to stay ahead as the world leader in innovation, science, and technology, we must rely on the strength of our nation's diversity. We cannot afford to compete in the 21st century economy and against China with one hand tied behind our back. I commend Ranking Member Lucas and Chairwoman Johnson's leadership for reaching a bipartisan agreement on this legislation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2225. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the NSF for the Future Act, a critical piece of legislation that will bolster our nation's research enterprise and enhance our status as a world leader in science and research. And it is so wonderful that it has been done in a completely bipartisan way. Included in this legislation is a bipartisan bill I introduced, the NSF Technology Research Institutes Act. This important bill will create a grant program at NSF that will fund technology research activities at institutes of higher education. This will further our national innovation enterprise and ensure our technology workforce has the requisite skill to set work on cutting-edge research as the key to success in the 21st century. This program will enable our academic institutions, including those I represent in the Research Triangle area of North Carolina, to further provide their students with critical research experience to build the robust technology workforce our country urgently needs. I look forward to working with the Senate to ensure this critical bill is signed into law. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Investigations and Oversight Subcommittee, Mr. Obernolte.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2225, the National Science Foundation for the Future Act. Mr. Speaker, I have been increasingly alarmed over the last few months at the foreign-based attacks on our nation's infrastructure. Several weeks ago, the attack against the Colonial Pipeline disrupted the supply of gasoline throughout the East Coast. Also, several weeks ago, the computer attack against JBS Meat Processing threatened to disrupt our nation's food supply. Mr. Speaker, the reason why these are particularly concerning to me as a computer scientist is the data that indicates that we have seriously underinvested in our computer science workforce over the last several decades, and particularly compared with other countries. This bill is a very meaningful step towards solving that problem. It will roughly double the NSF's investment in basic scientific research over the next few years, particularly in fields like computer science. It includes a bill that I sponsored, H.R. 3884, the Researchships and Sponsorships for Early Career AI Researchers Act, that will make meaningful investments in new fellowships and new traineeships to enable the next generation of Americans to become educated and skilled in the field of artificial intelligence. Another bill that we're considering on the floor tonight, the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act, will continue those investments. It includes another piece of legislation that I authored, the Next Generation Computing Research and Development Act, that will make meaningful investments in exascale computing and next-generation computing capabilities. Mr. Speaker, taken together, this legislation will attempt to address the problems that have plagued computer science and technical education in this country. And Mr. Speaker, no discussion of this legislation would be complete without some praise for the bipartisan path that this legislation has followed. This legislation is bipartisan and includes meaningful contributions from both parties. It is deliberate. It has taken place over the course of over a year, and Mr. Speaker, it is inclusive. It includes input from hundreds of different industry and academic institutions. Mr. Speaker, this is the path that legislation in this chamber should follow. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2225. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more requests for time at this time. They're not here yet, so I will see.
Gentlelady reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close if the gentlelady is prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. My colleagues have done a great job today of explaining all the many reasons we need to pass the National Science Foundation for the Future Act to keep America globally competitive. I want to thank them for their support of this legislation. I also want to thank my staff for all the hard work they've done on this bill. America's scientific and technological competitiveness has been my highest priority as ranking member of the Science Committee. My staff has worked long and hard to create a smart, strategic approach to doubling our investments in research and development, and I appreciate all they've done. I also want to thank Chairwoman Johnson's staff for working so closely with us to ensure that we have a bipartisan plan to invest in America's science and technology leadership. I urge my colleagues to support the NSF for the Future Act, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I simply urge all of my colleagues to support the National Science Foundation for the Future Act. It is really time to acknowledge that we did have to do a lot of extra homework to come to the final portions of this bill. And we did it collaboratively. We involved the entire scientific community, and we believe we've done a great job. I would urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
From Texas yields back the balance of her time. All time for debate having been exhausted, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2225, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose is the gentleman from West Virginia seek
Mr. Speaker, I
recognition?
call for the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3593, the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3593, a bill to provide guidance for an investment in the research and development activities of the Department of Energy, Office of Science, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, and the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 3593, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I'm very pleased today that we are considering the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act. This well-vetted bipartisan bill will provide the first ever comprehensive authorization for the Department of Energy's Office of Science. This office accounts for over half of the department's non-defense research and development budget and supports a wide range of research facilities and activities that are critical to the U.S. competitiveness and for enabling our clean energy future. The Office of Science is the nation's largest supporter of research in the physical sciences, and it is the lead federal agency supporting scientific research for energy applications. H.R. 3593 authorizes significant, steady, and sustainable growth for the office's wide-ranging research, from climate science to quantum science and everything in between. The bill also ensures the office's construction projects and upgrades to its world-class scientific user facilities have the resources they need to be completed on time and on budget. H.R. 3593 is a substantial effort in the fight against climate change. The bill authorizes research to advance the next generation of clean energy technologies and to help us reach our shared goals of developing energy that is clean, sustainable, reliable, and affordable. In carrying out these activities, this bill also directs the office to support the development of skilled, diverse, and inclusive workforce for clean energy researchers, scientists, and professionals. That's why The bill has been endorsed by stakeholders in the business community like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the academic community like the Association of American Universities, major scientific associations like the American Physical and Chemical Societies, and significant environmental organizations like the Environmental Defense Fund. This bill is another strong example of bipartisan has taken. Ranking Member Lucas' collaborative approach has been crucial in getting us to where we are today. Before I yield back, I want to recognize the Science Committee staff who worked on this bill, and in some cases for several years now. Adam Rosenberg, Elise Hoffman, Sanjina Wright, and Bill Callen. I also want to recognize the efforts of Ranking Member Lucas' staff in helping us to get where we are today, including Hillary O'Brien, Jen Wicker, Daniel Zedon. And I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill to dramatically improve the nation's competitiveness and help lead us all to a brighter future. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Texas reserves her time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3593, the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act. This legislation, along with H.R. 2225, the NSF for the Future Act, is a comprehensive and strategic approach for investing in American research and development. For decades, America has been the global leader in science and technology development. That success is no accident. It's the result of two things: a cultural commitment to innovation and exploration, and a sustained investment in basic research. This is what makes us uniquely successful. The federal government funds high-risk, high-reward basic research that expands our fundamental knowledge of science and technology. This research, which is too costly for the marketplace to fund, produces discoveries that can then be commercialized through private industry. Our system maximizes taxpayer investment and takes advantage of strong public-private partnerships to keep America at the cutting edge of technological progress. Unfortunately, our adversaries in China are now investing more than us in R&D in an attempt to take over the lead in science and technology. The way to stay ahead of China isn't adopting their method of top-down, government-mandated, applied research agenda. It's to reinvest in the basic research, infrastructure, and STEM workers that have driven, I should say always driven, American progress. H.R. 3593 does just that. It is the first comprehensive authorization of the Office of Science, which is our nation's largest federal sponsor of basic research in the physical sciences. The DOE Science for the Future Act invests $50 billion over 5 years in the Office of Science and the national labs, national scientific user facilities, and the thousands of researchers it supports. The DOE Science for the Future Act is an investment in our technological and clean energy future. It funds research into materials, chemical, biological, and environmental sciences, as well as fusion energy, advanced computing capacities, and cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence and quantum sciences. We already know that investments in basic research pay large dividends. For example, basic research conducted at our national labs gave us improved hydraulic fracturing technology and allowed us to produce more clean natural gas. This reduced emissions, lowered energy costs for Americans, and helped us become a net total energy exporter for the first time in decades. That's why everyone who cares about clean energy must care about the research supported by H.R. 3593. Investing in high-risk, early-stage research into cutting-edge technologies is the only way to ensure that America stays at the head of the clean energy economy. Another important provision in the DOE Science for the Future Act is the creation of the Cross-Cutting Emerging Infectious Diseases Research Initiative. To build on DOE's DOE's work to better model, understand, and fight infectious diseases. As they have shown time and time again during the COVID-19 pandemic, our national labs have an important role to play in supporting public health. This legislation gives them the resources they need to continue this work. H.R. 3593 also funds much-needed infrastructure updates for our national labs and user facilities. Our ability to conduct world-leading science depends on having access to world-leading equipment and facilities. It also requires having skilled STEM professionals to conduct that research. Our bill includes workforce development and education provisions so that we have a thriving STEM pipeline to fill the technological jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3593 is a forward-looking bill that is badly needed right now to drive American progress and to keep us globally competitive. As with the NSF for the Future Act, this legislation was drafted with extensive input in a bipartisan fashion and the result of a strategic and responsible investment in the next generation of breakthrough energy technologies. I thank my friend Chairwoman Johnson for all her work with me on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to pass this now. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume. To the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of H.R. 3593, the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act. As a newly minted member of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, I was so proud to see my colleagues on both sides of the aisle work so hard on this bill to pass it through committee with amendments from both Democrats and Republicans. I, too, had an opportunity as a newly minted member to make an impact on this important legislation. And I think that it wasn't by accident. And I want to thank here the chairwoman of the committee, Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Representative Lucas, the ranking member, for creating the environment in which we could do our work and craft this important legislation. As you all have heard, the Department of Energy's Office of Science is a hub of technological advancement and research designed to tackle our greatest scientific challenges facing the United States. And through several hearings in the committee, we learned about the DOE Office of Science's ongoing efforts to support research and to find solutions. This bill allows the Office of Science to continue carrying out non-defense research on a vast array of critical areas. It supports research to modernize our energy infrastructure, allowing us the tools to overhaul an outdated energy grid to more climate-friendly solutions. And we, of course, have seen some of the catastrophic events caused by the lack of current technologies that recognize the climate action. It funds continuing studies in artificial intelligence and quantum computing, keeping pace with our competitors in the tech sector and readying our cybersecurity defenses from our adversaries, as we have seen close up and personal the cost that it has been to our country to not keep abreast of these technologies. During this markup, I was able to author a provision that was included in the bill this is before the House today that would prioritize clean water and watershed research at the Office of Science. My amendment directs the Office of Science to support clean water and watershed research that increases the quality and quantity of water across America, including the treasured Great Lakes. My home district of Milwaukee shares a coast with Lake Michigan, which I consider one of my most important constituents. It's imperative that we study the harmful effects of water pollution, make investment in technologies to combat the contamination of our waterways, and to protect drinking water sources that are critical to every man, woman, and child. we also need to make sure that water continues to be a resource for commerce. My amendment also ensures that relevant communities, research institutions, and nonprofits will be at the table when DOE carries out these tasks. Innovation doesn't occur in a vacuum, and it's critical that these research efforts have made real-world input from key stakeholders. Before I close, I just want to mention something about the National Science Foundation, H.R. 2225, which we considered on this floor today. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for really leaning in again to put this together and giving members an opportunity to weigh in. As you all know, the NSF is the funder of more than 1,800 institutions in the United States, and they provide tremendous resources, funding, and opportunities for STEM students. And I have been able to weigh in to make sure that there's diversity and opportunity in STEM. And so with that, I would urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3593, the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act. And with that, I would yield back.
The gentlelady from Wisconsin yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas reserves, excuse me, the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee, Mr. Weber.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Lucas, and thank you to the chairwoman of the full committee, Mrs. Eddie Bernice Johnson. With this bill, the two of you have perfectly demonstrated how a committee can actually function, even with occasional disagreements, to prioritize shared goals and produce truly great bipartisan products. You're to be congratulated. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3593, the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act. After over a decade of budget requests, hearings, stakeholder input, and information gathering, I say with a sigh of relief and a great deal of joy, the Science Committee has a bipartisan, comprehensive Office of Science Authorization. And although it's taken a little longer than I would have expected, it couldn't come at a better time. America's scientific enterprise has never faced a more serious threat from global competition than it does right now today. Innovative science discoveries and advanced technology discoveries or development aren't just aspirations, they are the actual key to our national security as well as our economic prosperity. That is because innovation and technology are exactly what the Communist Chinese Party has prioritized in its goal to overtake the United States of America as global leader in industries of the future. If we want to maintain our key edge in technology areas, Mr. Speaker, like quantum information science and artificial intelligence, and combat the threat of yet another country controlling the development of those cutting-edge technologies and standards, we must take action now. Mr. Speaker, the solution is really quite simple. We have to invest in American innovation, just that simple. We must invest in our facilities and our research right here in the United States so that we can ensure the United States remains the global leader in science. How exactly we go about that might be the subject of some debate, but I fully believe that the bill that we have before us today is the best course of action. The Department of Energy's Office of Science has time and time again demonstrated that basic science research is the most effective way to encourage development of those new technologies. And as the largest federal sponsor of basic research in the physical sciences, with unparalleled research capabilities and infrastructure, the Office of Science and its national laboratories are uniquely equipped to help America compete. By authorizing cutting-edge research programs with a responsible, scalable funding increase and a strategic roadmap for DOE, federally funded discoveries made through the Office of Science will pave the way for both public and private American innovators to license technologies and to launch those startups. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Office of Science Research in Materials and Chemical Science, Biological and Environmental Research, and Fusion Energy will not only maintain our lead in science, but will also lay the foundation for the next generation of clean, secure, and exportable energy technologies. Don't miss that. Clean and exportable and secure technologies. Maximizing the Office of Science's role in our federal research enterprise is how we win. This great legislative body and the federal government as a whole cannot and will not duplicate a non-market economy by forcing mandates and regulations. Instead, we can arm our dynamic private sector with the tools necessary to commercialize sustainable, affordable, and scalable clean energy solutions. Again, don't miss that. Through the DOE Science of the Future Act, we are prioritizing critical research areas and investing in the science and technology that will drive development of those technologies into the next generation. This will allow America's economy to thrive while reducing global emissions and allowing market-based solutions to flourish. Don't miss that. Robust and consistent support for the Office of Science is crucial to the success and security of the U.S. innovation ecosystem, as well as U.S. energy independence and U.S. security as well. Folks, this bill does that in a clear, streamlined fashion. It's not bogged down by outside interests or unrelated provisions. We won't just keep up with China. We won't just keep up with China and other foreign adversaries. We will outpace them and lead just like the United States of America has always done. And that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. That's a very good thing, by the way. I'd like to take a moment to thank the many stakeholders who have worked so hard to get this critical legislation done right. Hats off to all of them. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's a great one. It's high time we had this one on the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would note to the chairwoman that I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. America's scientific and technological leadership is being threatened by the Chinese Communist Party, and we must act urgently to reinvest in our own research and development enterprise. H.R. 3593 redoubles our commitment to the basic research conducted by the Department of Energy's Office of Science and our national laboratories. Together with the NSF for the Future Act, it is a comprehensive, sustainable approach to American competitiveness. I'd like to thank my staff for everything they've done to help draft this important legislation. I'd like to thank my friend, Chairwoman Johnson, and her staff for working with us to include Republican priorities and ensure that this is a truly bipartisan bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, let me simply say that we on this committee know that we are the committee that will determine the future of our nation and the standing of the world when it comes to science. And we have taken our work very seriously, and I'm grateful to all of the members. We know this. We cannot be any better than the people that we involve and use their talents, and we must do that as well. So I want to thank all of the members of the committee on both sides of the aisle for staying with us and working through all that we know we need to do to come together to look out for the future of our nation's scientific enterprise. I thank you, and I ask all of the persons, my colleagues, to support this bill and vote aye. I thank you and yield back.
The gentlelady from Texas yields back the balance of her time. All time for debate having been exhausted, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3593 as amended? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have moved for the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3385, the Honoring Our Promises Through Expedition for Afghan Special Immigrant Visas Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3385, a bill to waive the requirement to undergo a medical exam for aliens who are otherwise eligible for special immigrant status under the Afghan Allies Protection Act of 2009 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 3385.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3385, the Honoring Our Promises Through Expedition for the Afghan SIVs or Special Immigrant Visas Act, or HOPE for Afghan SIVs Act, proposes a small but impactful change to expedite the issuance of special immigrant visas to those who serve side by side with American troops in Afghanistan and those whose lives are at risk as a result. The Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program allows individuals who worked for or on behalf of the United States government or for the NATO International Security Assistance Force in support of the American mission to seek lawful permanent residence to the United States. To qualify, applicants must meet specific eligibility criteria and pass rigorous background checks, a process that on average takes 3 years. Additionally, every applicant who is found to be eligible for a visa must complete a medical examination before they are approved to come to the United States. However, in the capital city of Kabul, there is only one clinic certified by the United States government to provide these mandatory examinations. The already high demand for services was worsened by the deteriorating security conditions and a new outbreak of an intense third wave of COVID-19. It is now nearly impossible for applicants to schedule this mandatory life-changing appointment while in Afghanistan. The HOPE for Afghan SIVs Act would allow the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security to quickly respond to these emergency conditions in Afghanistan by authorizing a blanket waiver of the medical examination requirement for people who are otherwise eligible for special immigrant visas. Once safely in the United States and removed from the threat of violence, those eligible people must complete the required medical examination within 30 days. To ensure compliance, Afghan special immigrants would be admitted to the United States as lawful permanent residents on a conditional basis. Conditions would be removed only when the Secretary of Homeland Security confirms that the examination has been completed and the individual is not inadmissible to the United States on health-related grounds. I am proud to join and I thank Mr. Crow of Colorado for championing this issue and working across the aisle to build consensus and awareness for the importance of this legislation. I also thank Ranking Member Jordan for his collaboration and support in the drafting process. As we draw down our military presence in Afghanistan, many who served alongside our troops continue to face increasing threats because of their service to our country. We must do right by these people, and H.R. 3385 is an important first step. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Afghan Allies Protection Act of 2009 created a special immigrant visa or green card program for Afghan nationals who have worked for or on behalf of the United States government for at least a year and who have experienced a serious threat as a result of this work. The program also provides green cards to the spouse and children of the Afghan national. To date, over 15,500 green cards have been issued to principal applicants. Additionally, for each principal applicant, an average 3.5 green cards have been issued to the spouse and children. Section 221D of the Immigration and Nationality Act requires an alien seeking a U.S. green card to undergo a physical and mental exam prior to the issuance of the green card. Any communicable diseases found during the exam must be treated before the alien is allowed to come to the U.S. This reasonable requirement helps to ensure that aliens do not introduce communicable diseases into the U.S. population once in the country. H.R. 3385, the Hope for Afghan SIVs Act of 2021, allows the Secretaries of Homeland Security and State to waive the medical exam requirement until after the Afghan SIV holder is admitted to the U.S. Proponents of the bill believe that the waiver authority granted by the bill will speed the pace of processing for some of the Afghan population seeking green cards. Timing is important because earlier this year, President Biden announced that American troops would withdraw from Afghanistan by September 11th, 2021. The Taliban continues to fight and take over districts in Afghanistan. There is concern that the lives of the Afghan nationals who work for the U.S. government and their families are in danger because the Taliban intends to kill them. Many in Congress would like to see all 18,000 plus remaining Afghan nationals and their families who are at some point in the SIV process immediately brought to the U.S. However, there is no way to adequately conduct the necessary background checks and to otherwise process that many green card applications in such a short time frame. As sympathetic as we are to this population and this situation, we should not abdicate our duty to thoroughly vet potential green card recipients. H.R. 3385 is a measured response to the chaotic situation surrounding the Afghan SIV program. This bill is yet another piece of legislation that has skipped the committee markup process this Congress. Had this bill gone through regular order, we would have been able to discuss concerns and make potential changes. That said, late last week, Judiciary Republicans worked with Mr. Crow and Mr. Wenstrup, as well as Chairman Nadler, to address some concerns. For instance, the sponsors agreed to reduce the 90-day window after admission for the alien to complete the medical exam to 30 days. During a global pandemic and outbreaks of other serious communicable diseases in Afghanistan, the shorter time period is more prudent. In addition, the introduced text contained no mechanism to help ensure that the alien actually gets the medical exam. The bill's sponsors agreed to include such a mechanism. The suspension text makes clear that a green card issued to the beneficiary of a medical exam waiver is a conditional green card, which means the alien should not be able to naturalize without having completed the requisite medical exam. The bill's sponsors also agreed to add a requirement that the administration report to Congress on the number of Afghan SIV holders who do not comply with a medical exam requirement. Even under the improved suspension text, U.S. taxpayers may bear the cost of the medical exam and any requisite treatment for illnesses discovered. Currently, the alien bears the cost of medical exams prior to admission to the United States. However, once in the country, they are entitled to public benefits, including Medicaid. That said, the text we are considering today is a better alternative to the introduced version. I appreciate the efforts of the bill's sponsors and the chairman to address these concerns. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dean. The Army Ranger Creed reads in part, "I will never leave a fallen comrade to fall into the hands of the enemy." Today, Afghans that worked for U.S. forces are in grave danger. The organization No One Left Behind, a nonprofit that advocates for the relocation of Afghan interpreters to the U.S., says that more than 300 translators or their relatives have already been killed since 2014, but that number only increasing every day. We cannot allow a slow bureaucracy to cost the lives of Afghans who served alongside our men and women. As an Army Ranger and paratrooper, I served in both Iraq and Afghanistan. In both places, I worked very closely with Iraqi and Afghan interpreters who were absolutely critical to me accomplishing my mission. More so, I'm not somebody who many people would say in this House is prone to hyperbole or exaggeration, but I can say with confidence that I might not be here today speaking to all of you had it not been for these men and women who trusted us, who fought with us, who died with us, shoulder to shoulder. They provided this service at great risk to themselves and their families, and they did so with courage and the understanding that we would stand with them and provide safe haven if and when necessary. Well, my friends and colleagues, that time has come. Today, we are considering the Hope for Afghan SIVs Act to allow the administration to waive the requirement that the Afghan special immigrant visa applicants undergo a medical examination while in Afghanistan. As my colleagues already pointed out, there's currently only one facility in Kabul that conducts all of these examinations. It is already dangerous and increasingly dangerous to get to that facility, to work through the backlog, and to afford those examinations. Under our bill, recipients would be required to get the medical examination within 30 days of arriving in the United States. Let me be clear. Nothing in this bill would impact the security screening and vetting process for these applicants. The National Security Council estimates that this change could decrease the SIV process by approximately 1 month per applicant. My colleagues, in combat and in a war zone, every hour matters. Minutes seem like hours, days like weeks. A month will save many, many lives. We wouldn't be considering this bill on the floor today if it weren't for a broad coalition of supporters. To my friend and colleague, Representative Winstrup, Dr. Winstrup, thank you for your partnership. I know how important this is to you too, for personal reasons. To the members of the Honoring Our Promises Working Group, thank you for the steadfast attention to this issue and for your support of this bill, Republican and Democrat alike. To Leader Hoyer, Chairman Nadler, Chairwoman Lofgren, and her subcommittee staff, Ami Shah and Betsy Lawrence, for working late, very late, the last couple of weeks to make sure we got this deal done. The American handshake needs to mean something, not just in and of itself, but we are strong as a country not just because we have aircraft carrier battle groups, fighters, and tanks. We are strong because we have friends. And to have friends, we need to be a friend. We must stand by our partners. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Hope for Afghan SIVs Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado yields back. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in very strong support of H.R. 3385, the Hope for Afghan SIVs Act, which the gentleman from Colorado and I introduced to help knock down one small barrier to getting our Afghan friends and allies out of harm's way, which they greatly deserve. I truly appreciate the words expressed by my colleague because they reflect so many of my same feelings. The bill's not a permanent solution to fixing our special immigrant visa program, but is a critical temporary waiver to help cut down on the backlog of pending Afghan SIV applications. During a time of great emergency, it is a life and death situation, without a doubt. There's currently only one facility in Afghanistan that performs the required medical exams, located in Kabul. Because exams are only valid for a few months, many applicants must make repeated trips to Kabul at their own cost and risk. H.R. 3385 would allow the Secretary of State and the DHS Secretary to jointly issue a one-year waiver for the in-country medical exam requirement, up to 3 years. But importantly, the bill requires, to the greatest extent practical, that the applicant undergoes the medical exam no later than 30 days after being admitted to the United States. And it explicitly states that nothing in the bill prohibits our agencies from adopting appropriate measures to prevent the spread of disease here. All it does is allow the applicant to undergo the medical exam here instead of in Kabul. During my tour in Iraq, I worked alongside Iraqi interpreters who risked their lives to serve with us and help us complete our mission. Many eventually used a similar program to escape harm's way and to build a life in the United States. Two that I worked with and supported are now full U.S. citizens here in America. One is a cardiologist and the other doing family practice. As we withdraw from Afghanistan, the Afghans who serve by our side, the translators, the contractors, and the guides without whom we could not do our jobs are left in the crosshairs of the Taliban. They work for the United States despite knowing the risk to their own lives and to their families. They believed in us, and they believed in our cause. And it'll be a black eye on the United States if we don't do everything in our power to protect these allies. If we don't honor our promises, if we allow our friends to be targeted and killed by groups like the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda because they worked with and for the United States of America, we will send a message to those we will send a message to those we will need to rely on in the future that we're unable to live up to our side of the bargain. I thank my colleague for his tireless work and all the staff that put in so much time to get this done and bring this issue to the forefront as we withdraw from Afghanistan. And for our bipartisan Honoring Our Promises working group for keeping the pressure on the administration to make sure that we don't leave our allies behind. Please support this bill. It is a good thing for America to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I want to thank Representative Crow for his service, his powerful words, and his commitment. I thank Representative Winstrup, too, for his powerful words. In closing, our Afghan allies serve alongside U.S. troops, diplomats, and government employees. We must do right by the people who have worked to protect our country, our servicemen and women. I urge everyone to support them through the Hope for Afghan SIVs Act. I support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania yields back the balance of her time. All time for debate having been exhausted, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3385 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds, the gentleman from Virginia.
I request the ayes and nays on this measure.
Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the gentleman is recognized.
I request the ayes and nays on this measure.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. this evening.
House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2225 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2225, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal years 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 for the National Science Foundation and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. Purpose of the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 2225. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on H.R. 2225. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Mang will vote yea on H.R. 2225 as the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford. Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on H.R. 2225. The member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle. Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H.R. 2225. The member designated by Congressman Adriano Espaillat. Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Espaillat will vote yea on H.R. 2225. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 2225. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama 1 pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on H.R. 2225. Thank you, sir.
Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Brian Higgins pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote aye on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
I haven't seen him. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on H.R. 2225, the National Science Foundation for the Future Act, as amended. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Burgess of Utah pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Burgess will vote yea on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on H.R. 2225. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark of Massachusetts will vote yes on H.R. 225. And as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux of Georgia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux of Georgia will vote yes on H.R. 225. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino from the state of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on H.R. 225. Thank you, sir. As a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vince Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition again?
Mr. Speaker, as member designee by Mr. Owens, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 2225, and as the member designated by Ms. Mikey Sherrill pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote aye on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on H.R. 2225. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Chuy Garcia will vote aye on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 2225, the National Science Foundation Futures Act, as amended.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote
yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 2225. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 2225. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 2225. As a member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
The gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to House H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yes on H.R. 2225.
On this vote, the yeas are 345, the nays are 67. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3593 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3593, a bill to provide guidance for and investment in the research and development activities of the Department of Energy, Office of Science, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designee for Mr. Owens of Utah, pursuant to H.R. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 3593, Department of Energy Science for Future Act as amended.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vincent Gonzalez, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on H.R. 3593. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Rice of New York, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino from the great state of New York, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on H.R. 3593. I also, Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on H.R. 3593. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen from the great state of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 3593. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 3593. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 3593. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yea on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Brian Higgins pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote aye on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark from Massachusetts pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark from Massachusetts will vote yes on H.R. 3593. And as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Bordeaux pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 3593. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 3593. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on H.R. 3593. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 3593. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on H.R. 3593. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H.R. 3593. As the member designated by Congressman Adriano Espaillat pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congressman Espaillat will vote yea on H.R. 3593, and as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on H.R. 3593, the Department of Energy Science for the Future Act. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8,
I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kind of Wisconsin will vote aye on H.R. 3593.
Does the gentleman from California? Nope. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yes on H.R. 3593.
On this vote, the yeas are 351, the nays are 68. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 391 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 391, a bill to authorize a comprehensive strategic approach for United States foreign assistance to developing countries to strengthen global health security and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designee of Mr. Owens of Utah pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garbarino from the state of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on H.R. 391. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Young from the great state of Alaska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on H.R. 391. Thank you, sir.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hoyer of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Hoyer will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yea on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 3911 or 391, Global Health Security Act of 2021.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Carl of Alabama pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Carl will vote no on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vincent Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on H.R. 391. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jackson Lee will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird of Indiana will vote yea on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 391. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 391. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Clark pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Clark of Massachusetts will vote yes on H.R. 391. And as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Bordeaux pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bordeaux will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 391. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to H.Res. 8, I wish to inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Brian Higgins pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote aye on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Let's see. Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts, pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on H.R. 391, the Global Health Security Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 391. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on H.R. 391. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 391. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on H.R. 391. As the member designated by Congressman Adriano Espaillat pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Espaillat will vote yea on H.R. 391. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H.R. 391. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 391. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote aye on H.R. 391.
This gentleman from California seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 391. As a member designated by Mr. Chuy Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garcia will vote aye on H.R. 391.
For what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 391. Sir.
Gentleman will stay as parliamentary inquiry.
Is it still a requirement that you have to make a case that it is a virus or COVID-related reason for voting by proxy?
Gentleman is free to go ahead and review with the regulations dealing with the proxy voting procedures. Gentleman from Texas. On this vote, the yeas are 307, the nays are 112. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong appreciation of our Ohio National Guardsmen who have valiantly served Ohio's food banks during the COVID-19 pandemic. As their mission closes this Friday, let us commend the women and men in uniform whose selfless duty helped meet unprecedented need. Ohio's food banks served up to 150,000 more Ohioans monthly during this pandemic that saw 3 in 10 people seeking out emergency food assistance doing so for the first time. With Food Bank Corps Volunteers Force sidelined, the Ohio National Guard deployed over 400 members to help meet the human challenge. These women and men are owed a significant debt of gratitude. Let us offer deepest thanks to Ohio National Guard Adjutant General Major General John Harris, whose leadership and swift organization implemented the Guard's mission with great precision. And I thank Ohio Association of Food Banks Executive Director Lisa Hamler-Fugit, Toledo Seagate Executive Director Mindy Rapp, Toledo Food Bank President and CEO James Caldwell, Second Harvest of North Central Ohio President and CEO Julia Chase Moorfield, and Greater Cleveland Food Bank President and CEO Kristen Warzaka. These tireless teams put a human face on America. Congratulations to them all. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Hyde Amendment and to denounce President Biden's pro-abortion budget. Since 1976, the Hyde Amendment has saved millions of innocent lives by ensuring that American tax dollars are not spent on abortions. For over 40 years, Congress has supported the Hyde Amendment with bipartisan support. That tradition seems to have ended with this current administration as President Biden hopes to pass the most pro-abortion budget in our nation's history. As a healthcare professional, father, and grandfather, I strongly believe in the right to life, just like the majority of Americans. We must stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves and uphold these provisions set by Congress over 40 years ago to save the lives of the unborn. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged for further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the importance of H.R. 18, No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. For more than 40 years, in a bipartisan fashion, Congress has passed the Hyde Amendment. a provision ensuring Americans are not forced to pay for abortion on demand with their tax dollars. This year, the Hyde Amendment is under attack. I believe in the sanctity of life, which is why I'm a proud original co-sponsor of H.R. 18. H.R. 18 would make the Hyde Amendment permanent and government-wide, providing additional protection to the unborn. It was written in our Declaration of Independence that we all have a right to life. As a member of Congress, I intend to uphold this. Madam Speaker, I ask in that spirit unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Judiciary be discharged from their further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, 2 high school members of the Shelby American Legion Post 82 were selected as participants for the Boys Nation program in Washington. This is the first time that the Shelby American Legion Post 82 has ever had 2 candidates selected to participate in this prestigious educational program. Robert Stockham of Pinnacle Classical Academy and Zachary Morrow of Burns High School will spend 1 week in Washington learning about the structure and function of the federal government. This opportunity through the American Legion is important, and I'm confident these 2 young men will make the most of this experience. Congratulations to both Zachary and Robert on this significant accomplishment. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for less than 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks. Madam Speaker, I was not recorded on H.R. 391, the vote that occurred shortly or a little while ago. Had I been recorded, my vote would have been in the affirmative, and I yield back.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, the National Archives released a report in which they concluded a structure of racism that permeates all aspects of work and workplace at the National Archives. Unbelievable. Among other things, they claim that the rotunda, where our founding documents are, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights are housed, are displayed as an example of structural racism. Also, they call out the praise of our founders that constructed those documents as being somehow triggering of people. The report recommends that we reimagine, a buzzword these days, reimagine the rotunda at the archives, including staging dance and performance art in the space that invites dialogue about the ways the United States has mythologized the founding era. So rather than celebrating our independence like we will in a few days, we'll be focused on the U.S. failures or flaws. It seems we have enough bashing of our country already. Our flag, even our national anthem, as we saw at a track and field event of a would-be Olympian that turned away from our anthem. The report also calls for putting in place trigger warnings for those that would view and see the display there. We are losing our minds, folks. These are our founding documents. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with an opportunity for this body and the United States Congress to save lives. The Hyde Amendment has been an essential safeguard that has defended the unborn and protected millions of lives for more than 40 years. A recent estimate credits the Hyde Amendment with saving more than 2.4 million precious and innocent lives. Historically, measures which prevent taxpayer dollars from being used to perform abortions have garnered strong bipartisan support. In fact, President Biden was a vocal supporter of the Hyde Amendment during his decades of service in the U.S. Senate. However, it's clear that Democrats in Washington have changed their mind as they have recently made it their mission to eliminate these long-standing protections and force families in West Michigan and across the nation to violate their deeply held beliefs by funding abortions on demand with their hard-earned tax dollars. I believe as millions of Michiganders and those across America believe, we must embrace a culture that protects the values of life. Using taxpayer dollars to end their lives of innocent children is wrong. I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the chamber for 1 minute and advise extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
In December of 1992, my friend Louis Chitangua defeated Tiger Woods in a tournament called the Orange Bowl in Florida. A year later, my friend Louis Chitangua was denied entrance and asked to go into the back where the caddies go in when he went to the South African Amateur Championship. He went on to win that tournament, becoming the first black man to win the South African Amateur. And unfortunately, 20 years ago this Wednesday, my friend Louis, my brother in Christ, my teammate at the University of Virginia, went to see the Lord when he passed away from viral meningitis. My teammates will be regaling his life this Wednesday. I'm going to take to the floor for a special order in July to talk more about this man who was ultimately inducted into the Hall of Fame in South Africa with a speech from the famous Gary Player. But with that, I will yield back.
Are there any further requests for 1-minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise today in hosting a special order on the Second Amendment, which is both near and dear to my heart and is also near and dear to the many millions of Americans who cherish their rights and freedoms. The Second Amendment says, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Though it brings me great joy to talk at length about the Second Amendment and the foresight our founding fathers had to enshrine this God-given right into the U.S. Constitution, I regret that lawmakers today must still rise to defend it, a matter that was settled 230 years ago. But we must still do this because the Second Amendment is again under direct and constant attack from not just gun control activist groups and the left, but now from our very own government within the executive branch. The Founding Fathers enumerated our right to keep and bear arms in the Bill of Rights to ensure the people had the ability to protect themselves from a treacherous government that sought tyranny over democracy. Because we know, Madam Speaker, and our Founding Fathers knew as well that the first step towards tyranny is to disarm the citizenry. The irony is not lost on me that the Democrats in control today are trying to do everything they can to gain power and keep power through rule changes and enacting sweeping laws that will forever tilt the scales of that power in their favor. It was announced just this past week that Republicans and Democrats were able to strike a deal on an infrastructure plan, which was heralded as great news and no easy feat in this partisan body. But then the news broke that the Democrats wanted to add to the bipartisan agreement a vast human infrastructure proposal. What is human infrastructure? So now infrastructure becomes redefined to be anything they want it to be? So if you cannot get something done legitimately via legislation because you don't have the votes, then the new tactic is accomplish it by redefinition. Just redefine the meaning of the word. So when does this act of redefining everything as we know it stop? Madam Speaker, I fear that it won't. And I see that to be true when it comes to attacks on the Second Amendment, as the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms newly proposed rules on the definition of a frame or receiver and on pistol stabilizing braces makes that abundantly clear. Through these proposed regulations, the administration is attempting to unilaterally redefine what constitutes a firearm under federal law, and in doing so, restrict the rights of law-abiding gun owners. In some cases, the courts have not ruled ATF's way. So ATF wants to change the rules so the courts have to abide by new regulations more favorable to them. The ATF wants to increase their influence and authority and do it by edict, making it harder on law-abiding citizens to own firearms. They want a new definition for a firearm, one that will greatly expand its meaning and give ATF immense additional authority. It was Congress who created the law that defines a firearm. ATF does not have that authority. We have a separation of powers issue here that ATF wants to ignore. It seems they don't want the representatives of the people to have a say. No, ATF wants to make the change themselves and thereby increase their own power. This is wrong thinking, and it is dangerous. Before I go further, let me pause for a second and review the legislative history of our key gun laws. Congress passed the National Firearms Act, or NFA, in 1934, the Gun Control Act, or GCA, in 1968, and the Firearm Owner Protection Act in 1986. While two of these acts have since been amended, with the GCA amending portions of the NFA, the current definition of the term firearm can be found in the GCA under 18 U.S. Code 921 and has been effectively used for over 50 years. But the ATF has decided to expand its authority by proposing broad and arbitrary definitions of industry terms, including some that are not even referenced in the definition section of the current law, including the terms privately made firearm and complete weapon. It is one thing for an agency to use its regulatory authority to clarify terms included in statute for purposes of implementation, but it is clear to me that the ATF has overstepped its authorities by legislating new terms not even referenced in the statute. Under one of the proposed new regulations, a dummy receiver or an 80% lower would now be considered a firearm, as it would be covered by the grossly expanded definition of a frame or receiver. As you can see in the illustration right here, do you see the difference between the two? The top is actually functional. The other one on the bottom is a solid block of metal with no ability to accept a firing mechanism, no hammer, no trigger, no selector, and so completely non-functional. Now let's look at those same two from the top-down view. Do you see the difference right here? The bottom one is a solid block of metal, but the top has been machined and has places for a trigger and a hammer and a selector. To make the bottom one work, you have to have the tools and the skill of a manufacturer. So let's take a closer look at the dummy receiver, Madam Speaker, right here. This solid block of metal doesn't look like a firearm to me, and it certainly doesn't work like one either. There's not even a hole right down here for a trigger. What's more, the ATF in its own rule noted that Congress recognized that regulation of all firearm parts was impractical back when this body was debating the GCA in 1968. And in fact, Congress moved to make the regulation of the firearms industry more efficient and functional by striking language in the term firearm that would have resulted in regulation of any part or parts of a firearm. Just like the bolt and the upper receiver, right assembly pictured here. They are not firearms now, but ATF wants to make this a firearm. But there is another aspect of this redefinition that will go completely unnoticed unless it is challenged. That is taxation. The more pieces and parts the ATF can call firearms, then the more excise tax they can collect. Let that sink in for a minute. Yes, this is another tax hidden in the price of a firearm. Every firearm manufacturer pays a 10 or 11% excise tax to the ATF based on the invoice price when they sell a firearm to a dealer. So through this redefinition, the government is going to make more tax money on the back of law-abiding citizens. And will Congress have passed a new law to increase taxes? No. The ATF will have created a new stream of tax revenue by simply changing the definition of a firearm frame or receiver. More taxation at the whim of ATF. The Second Amendment recognizes a right endowed by our Creator and codifies it into law. Taxation of a constitutional right is unconstitutional. But if this redefinition is allowed to stand, then this will only be the beginning of more and more taxation on citizens' gun rights. ATF knows that they cannot make the law more stringent without action by Congress, and they know that such support does not exist in Congress. So they try a flanking maneuver. an end run to bypass the legislative branch. They believe that they, along with gun control activists like David Chipman, can use the authority of the ATF, a law enforcement agency, as a political pawn to carry out their anti-Second Amendment agenda. And Madam Speaker, that is exactly what the ATF is doing as we speak. One day you have a perfectly legal firearm or part. The next day you wake up and your firearm is no longer legal, as decided by ATF. Such legality must be left to Congress to decide, as it has done through the legislation I previously referenced, not decided by unelected federal bureaucrats, bureaucrats that may soon be led by a radical gun control activist named David Chipman, unless my colleagues in the Senate oppose his nomination, and I trust they will. For I fear, Madam Speaker, that if my Senate counterparts do not thwart his nomination, we will have more redefining of words led by a partisan radical gun control activist. I call it legislation by redefinition. But this abuse of power can be stopped, Madam Speaker, and I invite you to join me in defending our rights by submitting comments directly to the ATF through the Federal Register notice. The two proposed rules I've referenced so far are available online for the public to read and have collectively received more than 180,000 comments so far. One rule is called Definition of Frame or Receiver and Identification of Firearms. The other rule is called Factoring Criteria for Firearms with Stabilizing Braces. Madam Speaker, I believe all Americans, especially gun owners, should inform themselves of the proposed changes and share their thoughts directly with the ATF through the public comment opportunity at www.regulations.gov, written right here. The public comment period will last for just a few more weeks, and I'd love to see the total number of submitted comments hit 500,000 for each proposed rule. I think every single member of this body agrees with my belief that criminals who misuse firearms and perpetuate violent crimes should be held accountable for their actions. And I'd also hope my colleagues would concur with my belief that law-abiding firearm owners should not be punished because of the illegal acts of a few who knowingly commit evil acts. But rather than focusing their efforts on punishing criminals who use firearms in the commission of a crime, my Democratic colleagues have instead chosen again and again to slowly chip away at the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. H.R. 8 and H.R. 1446 are prime examples of Democrat-led efforts to curtail American Second Amendment rights. That is why I introduced H.R. 1787, the Ensuring Safety Act, which would mandate the federal government respond to a background check in 3 calendar days and not allow them to delay background checks potentially indefinitely, as happened during the pandemic. And with that said, I'm thrilled to have so many of my colleagues join me in standing before you today, Madam Speaker, to speak in defense of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. And I now yield to our conference secretary from North Carolina 8, Representative Hudson.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise a proud defender of our rights as guaranteed in the Second Amendment. Ever since I was a little boy, my grandfather taught me the right way to handle a gun. I've loved the outdoors and appreciated the freedom that comes from our Second Amendment. As an adult, I came to understand the Second Amendment is the right that allows us to defend all our other rights. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has declared war on the Second Amendment. In just the past 6 months, the President and my colleagues across the aisle have pushed numerous gun control policies that would have zero impact on violence. Legislation jeopardizes the right of law-abiding gun owners, veterans who rely on these braces. In fact, these braces were invented to assist disabled veterans. Should this rule go into effect, a disabled veteran who has chosen the best brace for their disability is now breaking the law unless they turn in or destroy the firearm, destroy the brace, or pay a $200 tax. This radical policy could make millions of law-abiding citizens into felons overnight. Recently, I led 140 members of Congress to call on the ATF to withdraw this regulation. 48 senators also joined this effort, and we are united in pushing back against this extreme gun control agenda. Moms and dads, sons and daughters, and yes, disabled veterans, every law-abiding American should have the right to protect themselves and exercise their rights as enshrined in our Constitution. That's why I've also been a leader on expanding concealed carry reciprocity across our country. As the author of H.R. 38, the Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act, I'm working to ensure law-abiding concealed carry permit holders do not become criminals when they cross an invisible state line. It's common sense. And due in part to rising crime sweeping our nation, legal gun ownership has reached record highs, making H.R. 38 needed now more than ever. These millions of Americans looking to defend themselves and their families deserve to have their rights respected and protected. Now, I agree with my colleagues who say we must do more to protect our schools and our communities. But the answer is never taking guns away from law-abiding citizens. It's supporting good police officers, hardening our schools, building on the Stop School Violence Act, and investing in mental health care. These are all accomplishments of the last Republican House majority. And I hope my colleagues across the aisle will work with me to build on these solutions, which should be overwhelmingly bipartisan. Together, we can make real change without dismantling the Second Amendment. So I thank Representative Andrew Clyde for your leadership on defending our Second Amendment and for hosting this excellent special order tonight. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. I commend my colleague from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, for introducing the Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act, a bill that I'm proud to support as a co-sponsor. And now I recognize my good friend from Texas 22, Representative Nels.
Thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, crime is rising across the country. Double-digit increases in violent crime have been seen in cities across our country, liberal cities no less, that chose to defund their police. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone here. When you defund the police, you have less police, and less police means more criminals on the streets. Rather than address the poor policy decisions that have led to this increase in violent crime, like defunding police, Democrats are attempting to deflect blame onto gun owners. Law-abiding gun owners in this country are frequently attacked by the radical left as being the source of the gun violence problem. The left wants to tell them what guns they can own and how they should be able to purchase them. And as a former county sheriff, I know firsthand how important gun ownership is. When someone lives in a remote part of the country, they can't afford to wait for 20-minute law enforcement response time in the event of a home invasion. That person needs quick access to a firearm to defend themselves and their loved ones. And that's exactly what legal gun ownership is about, defending one's liberty from would-be attackers. Law-abiding gun owners are not the source of the problem with gun crimes across the country. It's criminals who have no regard for the law. Taking away or limiting a law-abiding citizen's access to legally purchasing a firearm will only hurt law-abiding citizens. We must protect the Second Amendment rights of all Americans. It is a foundational right of our republic and must not be infringed. Republicans in the House must stand firm as the radical left continues their assault. If we lose the Second Amendment, all others will be in jeopardy. Shall not be infringed. It's that simple. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Nels. You are truly a staunch supporter of law enforcement, as am I. And now I recognize my good friend from my home state of Georgia, from Georgia's 1st District, Representative Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today to show my support for the Second Amendment and draw attention to its importance. I would like to start by emphasizing a line from the Second Amendment. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Let me repeat that. Shall not be infringed. I emphasize this point because today there are many efforts to infringe and abridge this essential right. There's a lot of misconceptions surrounding the Second Amendment. But let me make it clear. The Second Amendment enshrines the right to self-protection and the defense of liberty for all Americans. The right to protect yourself is not given to us by our government. As part of the Bill of Rights, the Second Amendment was not intended to be comprehensively define the scope of our right to bear arms. Rather, it serves as a prohibition on certain actions our government can take to infringe on that right. The Biden administration, however, misunderstands this point. In a statement last week, the White House stated that the Second Amendment limits the type of people who could own a gun. Further, it continues to seek to restrain Americans' rights through other actions. A recent example is the administration's move to strictly regulate stabilizing braces that have allowed disabled individuals to more easily enjoy their constitutionally protected right. Americans bought 15.1 million guns during the 7-month period from March through September of 2020, which was a 91% leap from the same period in 2019. The FBI also processed more background checks for gun purchases in just the first 9 months of 2020 than it had for any previous full year. Americans want to be safer, and guns give them that sense of security. In spite of that fact, my colleagues across the aisle have made it their mission to restrict this liberty in the name of safety. However, there is no link between the number of guns and gun violence in the U.S. The number of guns in America rose nearly 50% between 1993 and 2013. During the same period, gun homicides fell by nearly 50%. In fact, violent crime has been decreasing for decades despite an increase last year, during which we also saw calls for defunding the police. In 2019, the violent crime rate fell to the second lowest total rate since 1971, and the murder rate was less than half of what it was at the 1980 peak. Restricting the Second Amendment is simply not the answer. This right, preserved in our Constitution generations ago, cannot be taken away from ourselves and future generations. We must protect from intrusions on our right to protect ourselves, no matter how hard the left works to strip us of this principle. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in standing up for our Second Amendment rights to bear arms. Again, I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Carter, for your inspiring words. And I now introduce Representative Thomas Massie from our good state of Kentucky. Madam Speaker, I ask you this. If we grant an 18-year-old individual the right to cast a vote which decides the fate of our nation and can ask them to serve in our armed forces, should we not also grant that individual the right to keep and bear arms, which is granted by the Constitution? I am proud to support a bill introduced by my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massie, which would restore Second Amendment rights to individuals of voting age. I yield to the good gentleman from Kentucky.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia and appreciate his support, his unwavering support for the Second Amendment. I rise today because just last week, our president of this country spoke about using the nuclear option. He wasn't talking about getting rid of the 60-vote rule in the Senate. He was actually contemplating a nuclear conflagration with the citizens of this country, with the patriots of this country. He said they should get F-15s and nuclear weapons if they wanted to keep this government in check. Those aren't the words of George Washington. Those would be the words of King George. Imagine if a dictator, just imagine the dictator of North Korea or the despot who runs Iran had muttered or stuttered or uttered these words like our president would and did. There would be an international outcry today to have that dictator removed. We need to hold our chief executive accountable for these words. And our chief executive of this country would do well to understand what the Second Amendment is really about. It is about keeping an overzealous executive in check. It is about securing all of the other liberties in this Constitution. It is about the patriots who are willing to tell the government, we are in charge. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you so very much, Representative Massie, and for those inspiring words. I now yield to the good gentleman from Texas 21, Representative Chip Roy.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia, and I appreciate his conviction and his dedication to this issue and getting this floor time for all of us to share that. I appreciate the remarks from my friend and the gentleman from Kentucky, and I couldn't agree more, right, about how offensive what we heard from the President of the United States. with respect to our Second Amendment protected rights, and then coming in and talking about the foolishness of our desire to have our Second Amendment rights protected when, in fact, we'd be up against F-15s and potential nuclear weapons. Imagine the absurdity of having the President of the United States say that. And meanwhile, I live in Austin, Texas, where currently crime rates are skyrocketing. Murder rates almost doubled. Why might that be? The President of the United States gave a speech allegedly about crime. Did he talk about the defunding of police? Did he talk about the $150 million stripped out of the budget in Austin, Texas? How about Oakland right now? Doubling down on their foolish defunding of the police. It wasn't enough to take $15 million out of it last time, and now seeing murder rates skyrocket, they're now doubling down for another $16 million. They think that's going to solve their problems. The genius of the current administration, my Democrats on the other side of the aisle, is to take police off the streets and then come after our Second Amendment rights. How about the border of Texas? The border of Texas is wide open with cartels operating fully from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up through Big Bend. They have operational control of our border. We have images of gunmen coming across the Rio Grande. We have humans being sold into sex trafficking and human trafficking. We have 7,500 pounds of fentanyl pouring across our border. Americans dying in this opioid epidemic. We have Americans in danger. And what do Democrats want to do? Take away our Second Amendment rights to defend ourselves as they defund police and empower cartels. That is your Democratic Party, ladies and gentlemen. They want you to be in danger. They want you to have to suffer the consequences of their rote incompetence and disbelief in your ability to take care of your own families and your own communities. The President of the United States actually said the other day that, in fact, that you're not allowed to have a cannon, he said. Well, you know what? In Texas, there was a moment when we had a cannon, and we looked at the Mexicans and we said, come and take it, in 1835. And that is what I say to the President of the United States. Come and take it, because it's our Second Amendment rights, and we're going to defend ourselves. And when he asks why we need 20 rounds of ammo, maybe it's because he's saying that he wants to come after the American people with F-15s and nuclear weapons. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas 21 for his passionate defense of our Second Amendment rights. And now I yield to the gentleman from Florida 18, Representative Mast.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I would just say this. Number one, I think you would do well to turn off the phone and pay attention to this special order while you have the honor of presiding over the floor of the House of Representatives. The words being spoken are important here. And I would just share a brief anecdote with you. And it's this. I spent many nights in combat, and like many of my friends, helmet, night vision optics, lots of Velcro, camo, backpack. I was a bomb technician, so I normally carried, 30, 40 pounds of explosives. I had my sidearm, I had my carbine, I had a metal detector and a number of other things. I normally had about 10 magazines across the front of my vest. And we were heavy. We were carrying a lot of weight on any given night. And every single night, both myself and my brothers in arms would decide how many more magazines we were going to put into our backpacks, into our kits. Because we always felt that the dumbest reason for any of us to die would to be for a lack of shooting back. And I think that's something that would in turn be one of the dumbest reasons for any law-abiding American to bring about their death would be because they can't shoot back. That's right. And I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words. As a fellow combat veteran, I honor your service and I honor your speech this evening. And I now yield to the gentle lady from New York's 22nd District, Representative Tenney, who sent out an amicus brief, and I was proud to co-sponsor that brief. So thank you very much for defending our Second Amendment in that brief, and I yield to you.
Thank you, Mr. Clyde, and thank you for hosting this great special order on a fundamental right. Madam Speaker, our Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms for self-protection is a fundamental right protected by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. However, many states, including my own home state of New York, home to Remington Arms, of all places, unconstitutionally restricts our right to carry concealed outside of our home. In most New York jurisdictions, an applicant must justify their need for such a concealed carry permit. Despite the plain words of the Second Amendment enshrined for centuries in the Bill of Rights, state and local authorities in New York continue to reject applications for law-abiding Americans for entirely arbitrary reasons or for no reason at all. States like California and Massachusetts do exactly the same thing. This arbitrary standard must be rejected. That's why I'm leading the amicus brief for an upcoming U.S. Supreme Court case, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Corlett. This case will decide if New York's burdensome concealed carry law violates the Second Amendment. A little background on the case. In 2016, Rensselaer County, New York officials denied the concealed carry permit of Robert Nash for the purpose of self-defense. And later in 2018, they also denied the concealed carry application of Brandon Koch for the same reason. Both these individuals are honorable, upstanding, and law-abiding citizens. They met every requirement of New York's rigorous concealed carry license applications. These two men simply applied for a concealed carry permit for personal protection after a rash of robberies in their neighborhoods and their community. New York State is now witnessing the highest crime rate that we have had in the history of our state. However, even after all of that, the county licensing officers did not believe that self-defense was a valid exercise of constitutional rights under the Second Amendment. The gun control measures being considered by the Supreme Court in this key case amount to a blanket ban on the right to keep and bear arms outside the home. The amicus brief I'm submitting, with the support of more than 50 members of the House of Representatives so far, defends citizens' rights against elected officials and government bureaucrats who are attempting to deny these fundamental constitutional rights to all Americans. We argue that it is unconstitutional for the government to apply a balancing test for a fundamental right such as the Second Amendment under our Constitution. The Bill of Rights was drafted and passed to protect citizens from government overreach. It is worth noting that New York is an original colony with a very strong history of citizens who stood up for our basic rights. In 1789 and 1788, of course, as well, before, during the Constitutional Convention and the founding of our federal Constitution, New York's leaders refused to sign on to our federal Constitution until the Bill of Rights was added to our founding document. They knew how important Second Amendment rights were then and how important they were to a self-governing constitutional republic such as ours. The success of the plaintiff, law-abiding gun owners in this case, will end this improper interpretation of our constitutional right to keep and bear arms and will be the first major pro-Second Amendment decision considered by the U.S. Supreme Court since Heller versus the District of Columbia. Madam Speaker, I urge all members who take their oath to uphold the Constitution seriously to sign on to this amicus brief. Together, we can all protect our Second Amendment rights for all Americans. And I again want to thank Mr. Clyde for your tenacious advocacy on behalf of our God-given constitutional rights and all of my colleagues here today who are standing up for all Americans. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from New York for her inspiring words and her work on this very important amicus brief. I now yield to the gentlelady from Colorado's 3rd District, a fiery defender of our Second Amendment because she knows exactly what's at stake. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much to my friend and the gentleman from Georgia, Andrew Clyde, for putting this together. Madam Speaker, I want to begin this evening by thanking my Democrat colleagues for their outstanding work in encouraging millions of Americans to celebrate their Second Amendment rights by purchasing their first, second, or even 100th firearm. From the left's riots in cities across America to Biden's threats to strip away our basic constitutional rights, Democrats are single-handedly responsible for the sale of tens of millions of firearms. Bravo. Well done. And I hear that the interest has begun to peak when it comes to the sale of F-15s. Now, I have some questions for these freedom haters. When are you going to call on the chief executive, the basement dweller, to hold his own son accountable for his gun crimes? Hunter Biden lied on a federal firearms application, which is punishable by up to 10 years and a $250,000 fine, of which 10% will not be going to the big guy. Rules for thee, but not for my crackhead Parmesan-smoking gun criminal son. What about the disposal of Hunter Biden's gun in a back alley dumpster? And why was the Secret Service involved in locating this firearm? Can you just imagine for half a second if Donald Trump Jr. was involved in firearms crimes and his dad ordered the Secret Service to cover it up? That's just the start of the hypocrisy. Biden will call widely purchased firearms weapons of war, but then he'll tell you that you need an F-15 or a nuke to keep the federal government in check. He will target so-called merchants of death, but celebrate the 600 abortion clinics across America. This regime will encourage riots, defund the police, and try to take away Americans' right to self-defense. Madam Speaker, the American people are not on board with the Biden regime's hypocritical gun grabbing. Instead, they are buying guns at a record rate. So my colleagues from the other side, they can keep running their mouths, and we will keep adding to our arsenals. Thank you, gentlemen, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Colorado's 3rd District for her excellent remarks and reminding us of the investigation that needs to be initiated on the purchase of a firearm by Hunter Biden on a 4473 that was not filled out correctly, which is a violation of the law. And I now yield to the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania, from Pennsylvania's 10th District, Representative Perry.
Well, I thank the gentleman for hosting us this evening, and every single person here laments the crime that is occurring in our country, the people that lose their lives to crime. Every single one of us laments that, especially when it comes from the inability to defend yourself or your family. It's unacceptable. It's horrific. Unfortunately, my friends on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats, want to defund the police and disarm America, essentially destroying the Constitution. Now, they'll tell you it's all about safety because they, too, lament these lost lives as we do. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's not really about safety. It's about control. It's about control. Now, there's a country close to us, has pretty strict gun control. There's one gun store in the country to our south, one, where you can buy a gun legally, in the country of Mexico. And their homicide rate is 5-6 times what the United States is. And remember, we lament every single lost life, especially those where people cannot defend themselves. But that's what this is about. They want to destroy, my friends on the other side of the aisle want to destroy the Constitution to control you. Now, like I said, we lament every single lost life. Well, Mexico, you can barely not own a firearm legally, 5-6 times the murder rate. What's happening in the United States of America? We're defunding the police and taking the rights and the ability of law-abiding citizens away from them to defend themselves in these cities: Chicago, New York City, Baltimore, Los Angeles, Detroit. Strictest gun control in America. It's actually worse there than it is in Mexico. It's actually worse there. 10 times the homicide rate. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let the federal government take your rights away. The Constitution says this right shall not be infringed upon. I come from Pennsylvania, and it says the right to defend yourself. The right to defend yourself, the right to bear arms and defend yourself shall not be questioned. We're not going to allow it to be questioned here.
I thank the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania for reminding us of how tremendously important the Second Amendment is. And I now yield to my good friend and colleague from Virginia's 5th District, Representative Bob Good.
Thank you very much, Representative Clyde. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The right to keep and bear arms for self-defense and to ensure we remain a free people is a God-given right, not a government-bestowed privilege. We are, however, privileged to live in a country whose founders correctly and appropriately recognized this God-given right and codified it in the highest law of the land, the Constitution. The wording of the Second Amendment is assumptive in nature. The right to keep and bear arms is assumed to already exist, and our founders merely provided legal clarity and protection that it not be infringed. Government officials have no right. Government officials who do not right, government officials who do right and follow the Constitution have nothing to fear from an armed citizenry. However, government officials who oppress their people and violate their constitutional oath and the rights guaranteed by that Constitution for the people should rightly fear those people. As has been said, when people fear the government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. But this administration believes that the greatest threat to our country is its own people, its own citizens. This is what oppressive regimes say. And this administration never misses an opportunity to attack the Second Amendment by seeking to tax and regulate away our constitutional rights. They've banned law-abiding citizens and licensed firearm dealers. They've blamed law-abiding citizens and licensed firearm dealers for the recent surge in violent crime in Democrat-run cities. They've nominated a gun-grabbing radical named David Chipman to lead the ATF. And President Biden has himself repeatedly belittled gun owners and their belief that the right to bear arms is essential to freedom. But President Biden's opinion does not change the Constitution or the Second Amendment. In fact, with Biden's crime surge, Biden's border surge, and Democrat efforts to weaken and undermine law enforcement, it's no wonder someone recently said to me, "I carry a gun because I can't carry a cop." Thomas Jefferson once wrote, "What country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms." The Second Amendment protects all other rights and freedoms. As my friend Chip Roy from Texas said last week at an event we were at together, we will live free. The Second Amendment is critical to ensuring that we live free. And I yield back.
I thank the good gentleman and my good friend, Representative Good from Virginia, for his inspiring words. As previously noted, Madam Speaker, the Biden administration has issued a proposed rule that would misinterpret the law and criminalize pistols with stabilizing braces. My friend from Virginia, Mr. Good, has introduced legislation to right this wrong and provide clear and accurate definitions for both rifles and pistols to avoid infringing on individual Second Amendment rights, and that is H.R. 3823. And with that, I now recognize my good friend from Alabama's 2nd District, Representative Barry Moore.
Thank you, Representative Clyde. We appreciate your leadership on this. Madam Speaker, recent remarks by President Joe Biden about the Second Amendment have troubled me and millions of other Americans who own firearms. I think they should trouble people on both sides of the aisle. I also believe his remarks and attitudes towards gun owners should trouble all freedom-loving Americans, regardless of whether they own a gun. You see, President Biden's comments about restricting the Second Amendment show a fundamental misunderstanding of the relationship between this nation's government and its people. President Biden believes that the American people get their rights from government. Our founders would strongly disagree. In fact, they were so skeptical of powerful central government that they created an innovative and remarkable system of checks and balances to protect its citizens from a tyrannical government. As it was so eloquently phrased in the Declaration of Independence, and I quote, "To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed." End quote. What powers our government possesses was given to it by the people, not the other way around. And we gave these powers to the government to protect the rights we hold dear. The Second Amendment does not apply to a particular firearm. It does not specify an AR-15, nor does it list a musket or a bayonet. It didn't have to, because the Second Amendment protects a right that you already have, the right to bear arms. There is no need to continually update the Second Amendment. Madam Speaker, the Second Amendment is not a permission slip, but an assurance that no law will be enacted to strip American people of their fundamental right. The language of the Second Amendment is clear, and it says, "The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." This right was so important to the founders that they would not enact the Constitution without the Second Amendment's inclusion in the Bill of Rights. President Biden's remarks betray the flawed reasoning of so many on the Democratic Party who insist that the government is the grantor of rights. It is not the grantor, but the guarantor, the protector. The government simply cannot grant rights given to us by God. It protects those God-given rights. Americans should be skeptical of any philosophy asserting that the government can restrict the rights we have been given and the power to protect those. If they take your guns, what is next? The right to trial by lawyer, maybe free speech, the right to worship who and how we choose. Madam Speaker, for the American people to keep the liberty we hold dear, our constitutional protections, all of them, must be maintained. Thomas Jefferson said it this way. He said, when people fear the government, there is tyranny. But when the government fears people, there is liberty. Thank you, and I yield back.
And I thank the good gentleman from Alabama for those inspiring remarks. And now I want to talk about privately made firearms, which I briefly referenced in my introductory remarks. Undeniably, the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms, has been fundamental to the freedom and security of our nation since it was first founded in 1776. It is the teeth behind so many of the other rights and liberties we enjoy. We know this to be true because history has shown us that when the right to keep and bear arms falls, then the right of free speech and of the free press falls immediately after. From our very beginning until today, for almost 250 years, people have always been able to build their own firearms. But that right is at risk considering the White House's gun control agenda. Under the Gun Control Act of 1968, commercial firearm manufacturers, importers, firearm distributors, and retail firearm dealers had to get federal government licenses in order to continue to operate their businesses. Along with those licenses came record-keeping requirements and compliance inspections to ensure they followed the new laws and regulations. This effectively put almost all firearm manufacturers and importers under the direct control of the federal government. History also tells us, Madam Speaker, that after registration comes confiscation. We saw it happen in Russia after the 1917 Communist Revolution, in Nazi Germany in 1938, in Australia in 1996, and most recently in New Zealand in 2019. In those countries, national registration led to eventual confiscation. Now the ATF wants even privately made firearms under their total control to make component parts like upper housings and slides, those parts that can hold a firing pin or a bolt carrier. To make those simple parts into a serialized firearm will have a chilling effect on privately made firearms. In fact, it could completely eliminate privately made firearms, finally placing all manufacture of firearms under complete government control. Those fears are genuinely based, and we see that today with ATF trying to legislate by redefining the meaning of words or creating new ones that don't even exist in the written law. As I noted earlier in the hour, Madam Speaker, I share the passion of my Democrat colleagues in keeping firearms out of the hands of criminals, but in achieving that shared goal, we cannot trample on the Second Amendment rights of citizens. And if the ATF succeeds in pushing these new definitions across the finish line, Madam Speaker, I fear that we will be opening the floodgates to allowing the agency to regulate our God-given Second Amendment rights right out of existence. I don't plan to allow that to happen, not on my watch, Madam Speaker. And I don't think my colleagues who filled these seats earlier plan to allow that to happen either. Together with the support of the American people, we will never give 1 inch in the defense of the Second Amendment. And with that, I yield to my good friend from Kansas's 1st District, Mr. Tracy Mann, who introduced H.R. 1758, the Home Defense and Competitive Shooting Act of 2021. I recognize Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Congressman. And thank you for hosting this important special hour to highlight a basic right that we all share and love, and it makes us who we are as Americans. I rise tonight to discuss President Biden's misuse of the executive order and its harmful impact on law-abiding citizens. In 1789, George Washington penned the first executive order directing the heads of his departments to submit reports in their operations. In 1957, my fellow Kansan, Dwight D. Eisenhower, used the executive order to send federal troops to integrate public schools in Little Rock, Arkansas. Nearly every United States president has issued executive orders like these to instruct the government how to work within the parameters set by the Congress and the Constitution until now. In his first 10 days as president, Joe Biden issued 25 executive orders, more than the last 7 presidents combined in their first 10 days. And the list continues to grow. Today, we're up to nearly 60 executive orders and more executive actions and memoranda than I care to count. The power to issue executive orders is derived from Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, which states that the President shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. When orders are based in facts and stakeholder engagement, like those we saw with Washington and Eisenhower, they work well and they store the executive's execution of said laws. When the power to issue an executive order is abused, though, used to stronghand the minority or circumvent Congress, the orders become a dangerous tool to undermine the American people and our democracy. This is what is happening right now. President Biden recently penned 6 anti-Second Amendment executive actions in one day, banning handmade guns altogether, defining a pistol as a short-barreled rifle, allowed for more intense regulation, and mandated a report on gun gifting and trading. In a recent interview on gun control, a spokesperson for President Biden stated, "The President will not wait for Congress to act before the administration takes our own steps, fully within the administration's authority and the Second Amendment. We can no longer sit idle and watch dozens of executive orders from a single administration attempt to dictate the direction of our country with no input from this Congress. Congress was created to legislate. Governing by executive order is not legislating. That's why I introduced H.R. 716, the More Accountability is Necessary Now Act, requiring executive branch to notify the American public and this Congress with its intent to issue any new executive order or revoking any executive order that pertains to our Second Amendment rights. I also introduced H.R. 1758, the Home Defense and Competitive Shooting Act, pushing back on President Biden's intent to redefine pistols as short-barreled rifles and eliminating the prohibition on transporting short-barreled rifles in interstate Congress. I invite my colleagues to co-sponsor both these pieces of legislation as we stand up against any efforts, including shameful executive overreach to diminish or weaken the rights of law-abiding Americans to own, carry, and use firearms. The Second Amendment is a load-bearing wall in our Constitution. If you weaken a load-bearing wall, it's bad for the entire structure. We must and we will push back against the relentless attacks on our Second Amendment rights. I yield back and thank you again for hosting this.
Thank you, Representative Mann. While any infringement of our Second Amendment right is unconstitutional, policymakers have imposed even stricter regulations on some type of firearms, particularly short-barreled rifles, and I truly appreciate my friend from Kansas's 1st District correcting this by introducing the Home Defense and Competitive Shooting Act of 2021, which will accurately classify short-barreled rifles as semi-automatic rifles, as they should be. They should be semi-automatic rifles and only semi-automatic rifles, and regulate them as such. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for affording my colleagues and I the opportunity to stand before you today in defense of the Second Amendment and to highlight common sense, conservative-led proposals to protect and preserve our rights. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank each of my colleagues for their participation this evening. Their respective constituents should be proud to have such staunch defenders of the Second Amendment representing them in the People's House. Though several of my colleagues who have introduced proposals could not join us tonight, the American people should know that the solutions highlighted in the last hour are not exhaustive of our efforts to restore, protect, and preserve our God-given right to keep and bear arms. Rather, the solutions presented tonight are just the tip of the iceberg. Madam Speaker, I again reiterate to you my sincere hope that the American people will take the opportunity to share their thoughts with the ATF on the 2 proposed regulations that I mentioned, as you can see on this board right here, as they have the potential to upend not only the firearms manufacturing industry, but also the legality of guns in homes across the country as we know it. My constituents sent me to Congress to do everything in my power to protect and uphold the Constitution, and I plan to do just that, so long as they entrust me with their voting card. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on the subject of the special hour.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise tonight for the Congressional Black Caucus's Special Order Hour on this critically important topic, infrastructure. Tonight, we will share with you our positions, our plans, and the state of what we think about infrastructure. I am so honored to be here tonight as a co-anchor and as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. Traditionally, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, as our lead anchor, would be here. So to you, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, thank you for allowing me as chair to stand in for you. I am so honored that her co-anchor will now be my co-anchor tonight. And it gives me great pleasure to talk about all of our members, Madam Speaker. But when you're joined with someone who is not only a freshman, but a freshman who is a leader, a freshman who is strong, a freshman from New York District, the 15th District, someone who came to Congress with a plan, someone who came to Congress saying, I want to be here and be able to be a part not only of the Congressional Black Caucus, but I want to be able to stand up and stand out and make a difference for my constituents. Madam Speaker, he has done far more than that. Congressman Richie Torres serves on the powerful Financial Services Committee as a freshman. He is a leader when we talk about housing and infrastructure. So tonight, I get to dialogue with him. I get to listen to him. And we get to talk about other members of the Congressional Black Caucus. But tonight, we want to speak directly to the American people and reflect on the ideas and the critical interests of our constituents. Tonight, we gather in this sacred chamber on the floor of the People's House to discuss America's infrastructure and to amplify our power, our message. You will hear this throughout the evening because we realize that it is about our power and our message. 57 members strong of the Congressional Black Caucus. Tonight, we will educate our constituents. We will educate Americans about the importance of the investment in infrastructure in our neighborhoods and in our communities. Tonight, we will stand strong in support of infrastructure because we know roads and schools in our districts are crumbling and need urgent repair. We also tackle this with bold federal investments in our country's roads and bridges and access to broadband and transit and water systems and housing and human care. The investment in infrastructure, Madam Speaker, would support workers and create millions of good-paying jobs in urban and rural populations, the types of jobs that support workers and engineers and steel workers and bus drivers and child care workers and rail workers and their families. Isn't that what this is about? Isn't that why we stand up for the people to make them be able to have good-paying jobs to take care of their families? The Congressional Black Caucus understands this because we have lived this. I know this all too well when we talk about roads and bridges, when we talk about waterways and broadband. What good is it to say, let's educate our children, let's give them the technology that they need? And we give them a laptop and a computer and all the software. But in many of our rural and urban communities, there is no broadband. What good is it to have roads and bridges that people can travel? But where are they traveling to? They're traveling to home. But what happens when there is no home, when there is no housing? And that is one of the reasons that we are here tonight, that we can talk about this investment in our nation's future that includes extending key tax credits, tax cuts that was included in the American Rescue Plan that the Congressional Black Caucus stood tall to help pass, that would benefit lower and middle income workers and families. We even created a domestic policy transportation team within the Congressional Black Caucus to talk about infrastructure. And I will use their language. In their recent meeting, they said we need a modern American infrastructure plan. And that, too, is what tonight is about. So you will hear facts, you will hear data, you will hear stories, you will hear the strong testimony of why we are saying to all of our colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, that we need an infrastructure plan that works for the American people. At this time, I would like to yield to the Majority Whip. Congressman James Clyburn needs no real introduction. Mr. Clyburn hails from South Carolina. He has stood on this floor repeatedly and talked about the American way. He has been a leader, a former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, someone who has mentored most of us. And what he has repeatedly said to us, that we must remember as members of the Congressional Black Caucus, we must exercise our power and our message. We must speak truth to power, and we must understand that on days that are bad and days that are weak, we are the strength. We are the members that the American people who look like me look for. We are leaders. So often people will say, what is it that the Congressional Black Caucus stands for? What is it that the Congressional Black Caucus does? Well, let me just tell you, the third most powerful man in the United States Congress is a part of the Congressional Black Caucus. We have 6 members of the Congressional Black Caucus that make up full chairmen of committees and more than 22 that represent subcommittee chairs. So tonight, as we talk about infrastructure, roads, bridges, broadband, waterways, we also talk about care, human infrastructure. And with that, it gives me great honor to yield to Congressman James Clyburn.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentlelady from Ohio for yielding me the time, and I thank her for the tremendous leadership she's given as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. I appreciate her work and appreciate her friendship. Madam Speaker, I woke up this morning to several headlines, one of which came from a little town in my congressional district, Summerton, South Carolina. Now, those of you who have studied a little bit of a history, you will know that Summerton is a little town that started our nation on the road to Brown v. Board of Education. It was Briggs v. Elliott, the first case to challenge segregated schools in this country, and that case became one of 5 that have become known as Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas. But that's not why Summerton, South Carolina was in the news today. It was in the news today because that little town's entire water system has failed. All of the people in that town have been subjected over the last several weeks to poison in their water system. People were getting sick. Nobody knew what was causing it. People were being diagnosed with all kinds of things like swimmer's ears, and they'd never been in a swimming pool. Today, the estimated cost of fixing their water system is more than the entire budget of the town. Summerton is just one example of what is happening all over this country. Little towns like that, rural communities, schools child care centers, you name it. The people in that little town need their infrastructure fixed. Now, that's traditional. But I'll tell you something else about the little town of Summerton. Scotch Branch High School, the school where Brown v. Board of Education started, that's what the school was, Scotch Branch High School, still there, the third building, but the school is still named the same. Less than 34% of the students in that school district are connected to the internet. Now that means in that little school that challenged segregation years ago because they were not being adequately educated. I can talk all night about it. Kids walking 9.4 miles to school every day, one way, and 9.4 miles back home. They weren't suing to integrate the schools. All they wanted was a school bus. These are the basic things. And you look at that school district today, they want to be connected to the internet. And yet we've got colleagues in this place who tell us that they're all for an infrastructure bill so long as it confines itself to traditional infrastructure issues like roads and bridges. Well, we need roads and bridges, but we need water and sewage. We need to deepen our ports, fix our rail systems. The greatest country on earth needs to do something about its rail system. And I remember when rail was not, of course I wasn't around to remember, I remember from my studies, when rail was not traditional infrastructure. It wasn't until Abraham Lincoln gave us the Transcontinental Railroad, rail was not infrastructure. The interstate highway was not infrastructure. Dwight Eisenhower gave us the interstate highway, and it became traditional infrastructure. Today, broadband has got to be a big part of infrastructure. COVID-19 has exposed some real flaws in our system. And when it comes to education, we have many children who have already lost a full year of school. Some are threatening to lose a second year of school. What happens to a 6th and 7th grader when they lose 2 years of school? But the children who had the internet stayed in touch with education, which tells me that in that school district there in Summerton, South Carolina, where less than 40% of the students are connected to the internet, they run the risk of 60% of their children losing another year of school. They'll be no better off than those students were back there when Brown v. Board of Education was decided in 1954. So this infrastructure thing has got to be about more than what's traditional. It's got to be looking to the future. And it seems to me that we ought, the greatest country in the world, needs to look to the future. What do we want for our children and our grandchildren? And not tie ourselves to that which is traditional. Traditional alone means what has been. We need to be futuristic. Now I'm going to close and yield back, Madam Speaker. I want to just share one little story. I often tell this story back when the co-ops, rural electric co-ops, were celebrating the 50th anniversary of rural electrification. And they decided to publish a little book, a tabletop book, and they called the book The Next Greatest Thing. And the reason they called the book The Next Greatest Thing is because one night, a farmer down in rural Tennessee stood up in church and said to them, brothers and sisters, let me tell you something. The greatest thing on earth is to have the love of God in your heart. But the next greatest thing is to have electricity in your house. Think about that. Broadband will do for the 21st century what electricity did for rural America in the 20th century. And this is our best opportunity to bring rural America in line with the rest of us and make sure that children will not be limited in their educational pursuits by where they live. We are too great a nation for that. This is a great country. Doesn't have to be made great again. What we've got to do is make this country's greatness accessible and affordable for all of its citizens. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much to our Majority Whip for setting the stage for us tonight to talk about traditional and non-traditional infrastructure, especially broadband. So thank you, Mr. Whip, for that. I think we all learned a message about the value of going beyond what the tradition is, and certainly broadband does that for us. Earlier, Madam Speaker, I had the distinct pleasure of saying how honored I would be to be joined by our co-anchor tonight, Congressman Richie Torres from New York. So with that, I'd like to yield him as much time as needed for him to make an opening statement as we co-anchor tonight. Congressman Richie Torres.
Thank you, Chair Beatty, and I know that brevity is the soul of wit, so I will express my thoughts as succinctly as I can, but I'm honored to be the co-chair of the CBC Special Order Hour and to serve under the dynamic leadership of the CBC Chair, Joyce Beatty, who is a force to be reckoned with, and thank you for affording me the honor to co-chair the CBC Special Order Hour. You know, I want to echo what our Majority Whip said, that we cannot afford to take an obsolete view of infrastructure. You know, infrastructure is about more than roads and bridges. It's about the quality of the air we breathe and the water we drink. It's about access to the internet, especially in a world of remote learning and telehealth. It is about safe, decent, affordable housing, which is a human right. You know, Abraham Maslow spoke about a hierarchy of needs. And the highest need we have is self-actualization. And in order to actualize ourselves, we have to meet our most fundamental needs, our need for employment and housing and transit and education. That's what we mean by infrastructure. Infrastructure is not simply physical, but it's social and human. It is that which enables us to become the best version of ourselves. You know, the component of infrastructure that matters most to me is affordable housing. I would not be where I am today were it not for affordable housing and the stability that it gave me and my family. You know, for me, affordable housing is not simply brick and mortar, but it's the foundation on which we build a better life for ourselves and our family. You know, it's often said that the South Bronx is the poorest congressional district in America, but I think of the South Bronx as the essential congressional district because it's home to essential workers who put their lives at risk during the peak of the pandemic so that the rest of the city and the country could safely shelter in place. And I believe deeply that the essential workers of America, the essential workers of New York City, should be able to afford to live in a city that cannot survive and succeed without them. Now, the American Jobs Plan proposes hundreds of billions of dollars in new funding for affordable housing. But just as important as the dollar amount is how those dollars are spent. If we simply invest those dollars in expanding housing supply without expanding housing subsidy, then we run the risk of creating housing that leaves behind the lowest income Americans. We run the risk of creating the appearance rather than the reality of affordable housing. And when the subject of affordable housing is raised, the question that often comes to mind is affordable for whom? We need deep affordability. We need real affordability. And the best path to deep affordability, to affordability for all Americans, is housing vouchers for all. A housing voucher ensures that you pay no more than 30% of your income toward your rent. And I'm honored to sponsor legislation with Chair Waters and Subcommittee Chair Cleaver, which would expand the Section 8 program and establish housing vouchers as an entitlement, as a human right codified in federal law. You know, housing vouchers for all takes on a special urgency because we are facing the greatest affordability crisis that we have seen since the Great Depression. There are 37 million Americans who pay more than a third of their income toward their rent. There are 17 million Americans who pay more than half their income toward their rent. And that does not even factor in the cost of utilities and food and transportation and healthcare. There are millions of Americans who are living on the brink of foreclosure and eviction in the midst of COVID-19. And at the heart of the affordability crisis is a gap between supply and demand. The demand for affordable housing far exceeds the supply. And I'll provide you with some statistics in New York City. In New York City, there are 1 million households earning at or below 50% of AMI, which is about $60,000 a year. But there are only 420,000 units affordable to those households. That's a gap of 580,000 units. And that is why we need a federal government that's going to take an expansive view of infrastructure and invest in the creation and preservation of affordable housing on a scale that we have not seen before. Our country deserves no less. And I yield back.
Thank you so much for those eye-opening remarks, and it gives me great pleasure at this time to yield the floor, Madam Speaker, to Congressman Bobby Scott. Congressman Scott hails from Virginia's 3rd Congressional District. A proud member of the Congressional Black Caucus, he is also one of those 6 chairs that I referenced earlier. He is chair of the Education and Labor Committee. He's a scholar. He's a lawyer. He also takes the lead role when we talk about the Congressional Black Caucus and how we plan for the future, not only for education and child care, but also how we plan for the Congressional Black Caucus budget. It gives me great honor, Madam Speaker, to yield the floor to my colleague and friend, Congressman Bobby Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the gentlelady for yielding, but more importantly, I thank her for her leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus and her leadership on the Financial Services Committee. Madam Speaker, we are slowly recovering from the economic mess that we inherited after the last administration. The number of jobs up, unemployment down, initial claims for unemployment insurance down. The economy is going in the right direction, but clearly not fast enough. That's why the American Jobs Plan and the American Family Plan are so important. The American Jobs Plan will create funding for the traditional infrastructure like roads, bridges, tunnels, rail, public transit, also investments in ports. Also proposes significant investment in broadband, and we've heard how important broadband is because it connects families and businesses to the internet and connects students to the internet. Those students who did not have connectivity could not take advantage of educational opportunities for over a year. And if they don't get connectivity, they'll be disadvantaged going forward. We need to have universal broadband, and the investments in the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan will go a long way towards universal access to broadband. We have even electric charging stations for people who are not inclined to buy electric cars if they can't charge those cars on the highway. And people are not building charging stations along the highway because there are not that many electric cars. The American Jobs Plan will have funding for electric charging stations so that more people will be inclined to buy electric cars. And not surprisingly, as soon as that happens, all of the restaurants up and down the highways will have charging stations, so people will be inclined to hook up, and while they're waiting, they'll go in and take advantage of the restaurant. But those are just some of the investments in the American Jobs Plan. It also includes school construction. There's an article recently in Virginia that told the story that about 50% of the schools in the Commonwealth of Virginia are over 50 years old. That sends a disappointing message to students when they're going into old schools, gives the impression that education is not important. We need to improve our schools, and we can do that with the funding in the American Jobs Plan. We have funding to improve housing that we've heard, and many other projects, creating millions of jobs, good-paying jobs, mostly union jobs where they're guaranteed to be able to negotiate a decent wage and equal pay for equal work. But those jobs will go unfilled unless we also pass the American Families Plan, which has funding for child care and early childhood education, improved child nutrition, so parents can actually go to work, job training and apprenticeships, and improved access to higher education, so workers can get the skills needed to perform those jobs. These bills will create millions of jobs and enable workers to perform those jobs, and these programs will be fiscally responsible because they will be paid for. And that's how we will build back a better America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much to Congressman Bobby Scott, and you're right. Tonight is about building back better. Tonight is about the Congressional Black Caucus demonstrating our power, our message. And as I talk, Madam Speaker, about our power and our message, it gives me great pleasure to yield the floor to Congressman Andre Carson, who hails from Indiana's 7th Congressional District. He is the grandson of a legend, someone who served in this House, someone that I had the opportunity to know and to witness her work in Congresswoman Julia Carson. But tonight, my friend, my colleague, a leader when we talk about intelligence or counterterrorism, when we talk about looking at the future and how we stand up for infrastructure. He serves on the Transportation Committee. So he comes to us this evening to share his thoughts on how the Congressional Black Caucus can help with this infrastructure plan. I yield the floor to Congressman Andre Carson.
Madam Speaker, I just have to thank the Congressional Black Caucus for giving us a leader, a shero, a visionary, a general, and a true public servant in Chairwoman Joyce Beatty, a fellow Midwesterner. And when I see people like Congresswoman Beatty, it motivates me in the spirit of my grandmother, in the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer, in the spirit of Harriet Tubman, in the spirit of Sojourner Truth. That fearlessness, that boldness, that commitment to liberation and freeing us from physical shackles along with mental shackles. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to join my great colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus tonight in support of the INVEST Act, a bill that we marked up over 18 hours in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Now, this is one of the greenest bills, Madam Speaker, to ever come to the floor. It provides strong support for sustainable infrastructure, green infrastructure, and green transit. The INVEST Act also addresses critical water projects for clean drinking water and wastewater projects, priorities that are long overdue after the racial injustices discovered in the Flint water crisis. The INVEST Act includes strong job creation, provisions for minority contractors and transportation professionals that will help spur Black generational success and wealth. We also know that access to reliable transportation is a civil rights priority. It is critical to economic and educational opportunities. This bill makes big investments to cut carbon emissions. Electric vehicle technologies expands EV charging stations and networks across our country by investing $4 billion in charging infrastructure and helping the U.S. shift to the next generation of clean vehicles. I'm especially proud of the EV charging stations approved in the bill for Indianapolis, which has one of the first green bus rapid transit systems. This bill also dedicates $8.3 billion for activities targeted to reduce carbon pollution and provides $6.2 billion for mitigation and resiliency improvements. It also advances the development and utilization of green construction materials. It makes our roads safer with a great boost to smart road technologies, roadway safety programs, plus record levels of investments in walking and cycling infrastructure, complete street planning and smarter road designs, and safe routes to schools. This bill also strengthens passenger rail service, as Mr. Clyburn mentioned. At my request, our staff request, there were provisions included to improve rail safety by addressing highway rail grade crossing needs, as well as addressing trespasser and suicide fatalities and eliminating gaps in roadway safety. This bill, in closing, also creates a federal blocked crossing program to collect data and enforce a 10-minute block crossing limit. This is a huge win for the problems we faced in Indianapolis and in other places as well. The INVEST Act is a long overdue bill, and I urge my colleagues to help us in passing this monumental piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you so much to Congressman Andre Carson, and thank you for reminding us that America's infrastructure is in desperate need of investment. And that's what this is about. Talking about investment, Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to yield to the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, the chair of the Women's Caucus, someone who understands infrastructure probably more than most of us. You see, when she started as a postal worker before she worked her way up, she was in the community. She was on those roads. She was traveling across those bridges. She was listening to people. And that's why her constituents voted her to be mayor. So as a mayor, we certainly understand the things that you're hit with the most are infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our care for human infrastructure. So it gives me great pleasure to yield the floor to the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence from Michigan's 14th District. I yield to you, Madam Second Vice Chair.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus, and I just want to recognize and tell you how much we appreciate and how much Congress has benefited from the bold leadership of our chair, Joyce Beatty. I thank her for hosting with the Congressional Black Caucus leadership this special order hour. I rise to speak on the urgent infrastructure issue that needs and deserves the attention and the action of this body. Our water infrastructure in the United States is in serious need of repair. Families in Michigan and across this country are struggling to get safe and clean drinking water because of lead pipes in their homes and communities, and not to mention the contamination of our water system sources. I'm from Michigan, and the Great Lakes weigh on my mind constantly as the largest body of fresh water in this country. A 2016 study found that there were more than 6 million lead service lines across the United States, serving 15 to 22 million Americans. This is a crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, I lived through and witnessed the Flint water crisis in Michigan. I saw where the people, United States citizens of this country, their drinking water was poisoned. And because of that, we saw them getting sick and being hospitalized. And I'm sad to say, not only did it happen in Flint, it's happening all over our country. And this issue disproportionately affects communities of color and the poor. We have an opportunity, a once-in-a-generation chance to rebuild our infrastructure and to build back better for the American people. The Americans Jobs Plan and the bipartisan infrastructure framework both tackle our water infrastructure problem. These proposals will replace lead pipelines across this country. It is an action that is long overdue. This is an investment that could not come soon enough. I want this Congress to know that the federal investment in the public water infrastructure projects, it's embarrassing to say, under our watch has fallen 63% from an overall investment in 1977 to just 9% in 2014. Let me repeat that. We invested at one time as a government 63% in our water, and now it's down to 9%. This is unacceptable. Let's pass a comprehensive infrastructure package to rebuild our water infrastructure, fix our roads and bridges, invest in an electric vehicle while creating good-paying jobs and positioning ourselves for the future. Because this is a public health issue, it's a racial justice issue, and it's an economic justice issue. Access to clean water is a basic necessity for human life. I'm grateful to stand with my colleagues from the Congressional Black Caucus and call for our nation's investment in infrastructure. This is our power, and this is our message, and we must get this done. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you so much again to Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, and she is absolutely right. This is a public issue. This is a racial justice issue because we know our roads, our bridges, our water systems are crumbling. We know our electric grid is at risk to catastrophic outages. We know many schools are crumbling from lack of attention and neglect, and too many lack access to affordable housing. Too many lack access to child care and education. Madam Speaker, what a great segue when I use the word education, that I have the honor of yielding the floor to Congresswoman Alma Adams. We call her our HBCU czar. She is the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus's HBCU, historically black colleges and universities. But she is also more than that. She has spent a lifetime educating children and college students. She serves on the powerful Financial Services Committee, and she has a strong voice on the Education and Labor Committee in Agriculture. It gives me great pleasure to yield the floor to Congresswoman Alma Adams from North Carolina's 17th District.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Beatty, Representative Torres, thank you both. Thank you for your leadership. Madam Chair, thank you for being such a phenomenal leader and a role model for all of us. I am pleased to be here tonight to support the Congressional Black Caucus members, known as the conscience of the Congress, not only because of what we believe, but because we show up on days like this. I rise tonight to talk about an essential infrastructure investment, an investment in our historically black colleges and universities. Earlier this year, the bipartisan leadership of the HBCU caucus, Representative French Hill of Arkansas, Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, and Tim Scott of South Carolina, as well as our vice chairs, Representative Terry Sewell and Mike Turner, came together to introduce the bipartisan Ignite HBCU Excellence Act. And we introduced this legislation to help light a fire for our schools. The Ignite HBCU Excellence Act represents a historic investment in both the physical and the digital infrastructure of our historically black colleges. Our nation's HBCUs deserve a level of investment and engagement reflective of their multi-billion-dollar impact on our nation's economy and their collective impact on the minds of millions of our nation's future leaders. We have bipartisan agreement on that. Don't just take it from me. In the words of Senator Tim Scott, and I quote, HBCUs, he said, have educated and produced top-notch graduates in every field while operating on minimal budgets, and I can only imagine what more they will accomplish with proper funding. Our nation's low-income, first-generation college students deserve that opportunity. And to ensure that that happens, the schools that they attend must be made whole. There are more than 102 across this nation. I had the privilege of serving for 40 years on the campus of Bennett College in Greensboro, and I'm a graduate twice of North Carolina A&T State University, and Johnson C. Smith University is in my district. And finally, as we have a national debate about infrastructure, both in the Congress and across the country, I want to make one thing clear, that the Ignite HBCU Excellence Act is not only an infrastructure bill, it's also a jobs bill. And this bill creates jobs and enables HBCUs to continue to be a critical source of diversity in the workforce. This bill has the potential to create over 500,000 jobs while investing in critical HBCU infrastructure. Historically black colleges and universities are essential infrastructure for the next generation of students, of workers, innovators, athletes, creators, thinkers, and leaders. And that's why we need to pass the most transformative legislation for historically black colleges and universities in history. And we've got to rectify over 150 years of neglect, broken promises, and institutional racism. An infrastructure package that leaves this House must include a historic investment in our HBCUs. And I'm not going to rest until we remove all of the barriers to their success and the success of our HBCU students. So colleagues, please join me in our bipartisan list of over 70 co-sponsors in the House and Senate in supporting the Ignite HBCU Excellence Act. Our power, our message. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much for yielding back, Congresswoman Alma Adams. It's always a pleasure when we have the opportunity to work together. Congressman Torres, that's what we're going to do tonight. I could not think of a better segue than to pitch it to you when we have two members of the Congressional Black Caucus from the great state of New York. I'm so used to saying the great state of Ohio, but tonight to have two freshmen, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, who have been great supporters to our message, our power, who have been fearless leaders. So at this time, Congressman Torres, my co-anchor, I think it would be best for you to yield the floor and make some remarks about Congressman Jamal Bowman, who will speak next.
Well, not only from the great state of New York, but the great county of the Bronx. Education is infrastructure, and who better to speak about education than a lifelong educator? You know, well before running for Congress, our next speaker was a principal who dedicated his life to educating the students of the Northeast Bronx. He's one of the first black members of Congress to ever represent Westchester County, which was historically been ground zero for resistance to fair housing. If you've ever seen the movie Show Me a Hero in Yonkers, that's the district of our next speaker. Even though he embodies how far we have come as a country, He knows more than most how far we must go. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Congressman Jamal Bowman.
Thank you, Congressman Torres, for that introduction and for yielding, and thank you for your overall leadership and vision, not just for our country, but for the Boogie Down Bronx. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for yielding, and thank you for your incomparable leadership and wisdom and vision for the CBC and for our country. It is my honor to stand here with both of you to call for a big, bold, visionary infrastructure package that finally addresses the disparities in our economy. We like to think of America as the land of opportunity where anyone can achieve success and shape their own future with little more than hard work and determination. For many people, that's exactly the reality that they exist within, thanks to a little luck, determination, opportunity, and one-sided historical federal investment. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like us to believe that this accurately represents our history. But unfortunately, most Black Americans have been written out of this narrative. Consider the world as it exists today and our history of the redlining of Black and brown communities, as well as other racially biased policies of the New Deal. These divisions have always been rooted in federal policy. President Biden has said he considers this infrastructure package to constitute a generational investment in the American public and in communities like mine in the Bronx, Mount Vernon, New Rochelle, and Yonkers. And now is the time for us to right the wrongs of that history. The infrastructure package of 2021 must be rooted in racial and economic justice. We must uplift the care economy, fix our public housing, rebuild our crumbling schools, expand access to Medicare, and end our dependency of fossil fuels, among many other things. No American with this infrastructure package should be left behind. As the White House considers this infrastructure package, let's take a deeper trip into our history. In 1862, Congress passed the Homestead Act, redistributing 10% of the land in the country, arguably constituting the single greatest wealth transfer in our history. African Americans never received their 40 acres of land after slavery, while white Americans received millions of acres of land, which gave them the opportunity to self-actualize. Housing now accounts for over 40% of household wealth, with much of this housing related wealth stemming from federal investments in home ownership during the New Deal. Because of redlining, one of the largest drivers of the wealth gap, of the over $1 trillion invested between 1934 and 1962 in 2021 dollars, less than 2% went to non-white families. We can no longer attempt to build out the middle class on the backs of marginalized communities. We must make sure that the next round of generational investment incorporates everyone, beginning with those most marginalized. If we make this infrastructure package inclusive and comprehensive, we can give every single American a job, a career, and the resources they need to flourish, from the Bronx to Mount Vernon to Yonkers to New Rochelle, New York. If we have the courage to address the climate, economic, and racial injustices that threaten the human race, we can give our children and grandchildren a future they deserve. We can either impart the full story of American history to our children or doom ourselves to relive it. In the case of infrastructure and investment of this scale, repeating the failures of the past is unacceptable. To meet the promise of our democracy, we must give every person in our country an opportunity to both survive and thrive. That begins with a robust and comprehensive infrastructure package. This is our time. This is our moment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Congressman Bowman, for reminding us of our history as well as the need. I am sure if Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee was at this microphone tonight, Congressman Torres, she would look to you and she would say, let's get this done. She would look to you and she would remind us, as part of this bold action means, we must use all of our available resources. She would remind us in 2017 that the Republicans used the reconciliation process twice. Oh, how I remember how they used it against the Affordable Care Act, and how I remember that they used it not only for taking away Americans' health care, but a second time to pass the GOP tax scam of 2017 in giving more monies to those in the top 1%. But tonight, we have heard from the top of our leadership. We have heard from members from across the United States. And now it gives me great pleasure to bring our last speaker to the podium. He is also our newest member to Congress. He hails from the great state of Louisiana. He is someone who is no stranger to being an elected official. He is someone who has dedicated his life to serving the people. He has been successful. He is here in his own right, serving on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, as well as the Small Business Committee. It gives me great pleasure to yield the floor to my colleague and friend, Congressman Troy Carter.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman Beatty, Co-Anchor Torres, it is indeed an honor to join you tonight with your incredible leadership, Madam Chair, with your tenacious ability to lead, direct, and command the respect of 57 members of this august body, to fight tirelessly on behalf of the people of your district, but also all the people of our great country. I thank you for your leadership, ma'am. This week, the House will take up an important bill for our nation's future, the INVEST Act. Americans have grown weary, and justifiably so. We have talked about an infrastructure bill for a very long time, and we've kicked the proverbial ball down the road as far as we can. The people deserve more. The people deserve better. They deserve an infrastructure plan now, and one that speaks to traditional infrastructure, brick and mortar, as well as human infrastructure, broadband, housing, opportunities for our communities to rebuild, to grow, to thrive. As a member of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and as a representative of one of the largest transportation hubs in the nation, I know this legislation will reimagine and rebuild our infrastructure in Louisiana and across America. This is a big bill, and it does big things. It steps up to the challenges we face now and prepares us for challenges to come in the future. It powers economic development, creating good-paying jobs, building and fixing our crumbling infrastructure. It connects communities by supporting public transit and new high-speed, low-emission railways between cities like New Orleans and Baton Rouge and the river parishes in between. It restores communities that have been harmed by old transportation decisions, like neighborhoods and districts that were cut off in half and live in the shadows of interstate overpasses. It also invests in passenger and freight rail. Both are very important to me because my district is home to the only port served by six Class 1 railroads, and it contains a corridor that badly needs new, high-speed rail from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. Investing and supporting freight rail would allow them to continue driving our economy and reducing greenhouse gases from shipping. The plan to connect New Orleans and Baton Rouge was delayed by a short-sighted decision of a previous governor. But this bill and this administration gets us back on track. Connecting two of the biggest cities in the state with high-speed passenger rail makes all the sense in the world. Tying communities together, creating jobs and opportunities throughout the state of Louisiana, providing the resources to have cleaner forms of transportation. Infrastructure now means so much more than stop signs and sidewalks. It means access to broadband, affordable and safe housing, and support for people, for caring parents and children. This bill starts and rests on our efforts and must contain and continue to move forward in the vein of including people. We need physical infrastructure, but we also need human infrastructure. We need to invest in highways and ports, but we also need to invest in the environment and the environmental safety of our communities, because I've long said that people should not have to die for their jobs. We must invest in the corrections that will create a safer and better environment. We need to invest in our people. We need to invest in affordable housing and the opportunities for neighborhoods and communities to stand up. I look forward to fighting for all of this and then some. I look forward to building back better. America deserves better. America deserves more. America deserves a robust infrastructure plan, and America deserves it now. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Congressman Carter. Madam Speaker, how much time do we have left, please?
1.5 minutes.
Then let me close by saying thank you to all of the members of the Congressional Black Caucus. It was clear tonight that infrastructure is not only a big word, but it's a big deal, which encompasses many concepts, which comprises modern American infrastructure. For some members we have heard tonight, it is the traditional roads and bridges and waterways. For others, it is broadband, it is housing, it is human care. Regardless of the definition, the Congressional Black Caucus is ready to stand in the gap to support legislation and policies that will help infrastructure invest in Americans' future so we can build back better. Congressman Torres, I'll yield the last seconds to you to say thank you to our members.
Thank you, and I will just quickly state, we're in the midst of an FDR moment, and we have a historic opportunity to govern as boldly in the 21st century as FDR did in the 20th century. But the difference between then and now is ours is going to be a new deal for everyone.
Thank you.
Black and brown New Deal.
Strong. Congressional Black Caucus, our power, our message. Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, following consultation with the Office of Attending Physician, a right to provide you further notification that the public health emergency due to the novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 remains in effect. Signed sincerely, William J. Walker, Sergeant at Arms.
The chair announces the extension pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8 and effective July 4th, 2021 of the covered period designated on January 4th, 2021. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.